Chapter 48:03. Get out of my way. 6 Paths roared as soon as he entered the hall. His murderous aura surged. The people around him felt their scalps go numb. They automatically opened up a path for him. At the same time, they were surprised that 6 Paths had arrived. They knew why he was angry. He was originally in the 2000th place, but now he was pushed down by someone else. How could he not be angry? The 6 Paths scattered cultivator came to the front and looked at the glory board. He looked around and soon he saw the 2000th place. Suddenly his pupils constricted. He realized that the 2000th place wasn't his name. It was someone called Mad God, and he was pushed down by that person. He was now in the 2001st place. Damn it, what's going on? He grabbed someone beside him and said, "Who can tell me what's going on?" That person's scalp went numb. He said in horror, "Not long after you left, this mad god became the 2000th place. Damn it, who is he? When did he appear?" That person said in horror, "This mad god, he appeared about a year ago. He went from the last place to the 3000th place. Now a year later he went from the 3000th place to the 2000th place." 6 Paths' pupils constricted when he heard the shocking change. Who is this person? He was too shocked. He had never heard of such a speed of improvement. No one knew. Some people said that he was a disciple of another monarch race. There were also some who said that he was a mysterious great sage, but no one knew who he was. That person's scalp went numb. He said, "Can you let me go? You can't fight here." 6 Paths snorted and threw him to the side. Then he said, "I don't care who this mad god is. I don't care who he is. Whoever can find him, tell me where he is. I'll reward you handsomely." After that, 6 Paths gritted his teeth and left. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was still practicing the heaven walk steps. This was an extremely fast movement technique that had been passed down since ancient times. With every step, there would be extremely terrifying Tao patterns flickering. Later, Lin Xian started to cultivate in the cultivation room. However, he felt that the room was too small to unleash such power. He entered the mysterious world within his body and began to cultivate. The pressure inside the mysterious world was different from the outside world. It was about 100 times greater than the pressure outside. Therefore, Lin Xian had a hard time moving around inside. But under such circumstances, the effects of cultivation were surprisingly good. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had improved again, he could now walk 1,000 meters. This time, he finally made a discovery. Other than the withered old trees, there were also some withered plants. There were even some plants that bore fruits, but they had already withered and could not be eaten at all. What kind of world was this? Lin Xian was shocked. It was clear that this world was extremely mystical. Back then, when it wasn't damaged, it was definitely extremely terrifying. This place was definitely filled with spirit fruits, but for some reason, this world had withered. However, these spirit fruits were not completely dead. Lin Xian wondered if they could recover if they were given enough power. He was not sure, but he felt that he could give it a try. He was someone who had been abandoned by the immortals. Every time he broke through in the outside world, he would be punished by the heavens. Therefore, this mysterious world would become more and more important to him in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took out the resources he had obtained in the Sacred Abyss Tower and placed them in this mysterious world. He buried a large amount of dragon marrow and divine crystals in the ground to provide power to the withered spirit fruit. He stood there and waited quietly, wanting to see if there were any changes. Finally, there were changes. Lin Xian saw that about half of the withered spirit fruit had begun to recover. It was even glowing. This shocked him. It was indeed effective. This was not a real death, but a fake death. It had been sucked dry. But if he provided it with power, it was very likely to recover. However, this shocked him. What kind of fruit was this? It required too much power. After giving so many resources to it, it had only recovered a little. Lin Xian felt that even if he gave it all, it would not be enough. Therefore, they were trying to find more precious resources and spirit veins in the future. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. He was looking forward to that day. How terrifying would this world be after it recovered? After retreating from the mysterious world, Lin Xian left the cultivation room. When he arrived at the hall, he found many people in the hall discussing. Most of them were about Mad God and the unrestrained six paths. After listening for a while, Lin Xian understood. It turned out that something had happened before. He had pushed the unrestrained six paths down. The unrestrained six paths did not get the reward, which caused the unrestrained six paths to hate him. The unrestrained six paths was now looking for him all over the world. The unrestrained six paths and the six paths gate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He better not meet them. Otherwise, he could guarantee that the unrestrained six paths gate would suffer. The six paths gate had chased after him before. Back then, he was unable to fight against a great sage. The other party had sent a great sage to the Xiantian pavilion. Fortunately, the pavilion master of the Xiantian pavilion had blocked it for him. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Lin Xian was also very cautious about the Six Paths Gate. After all, it was the sect left behind by the great sage Qin. It had the Six Paths body. Lin Xian had the heavenly secret god eyes, which could evolve into the Six Paths eye. He was afraid that there would be a battle in the future. Shaking his head, Lin Xian ignored them and returned to the Dao sect. When he returned to the god's residence, the Crimson Dragon and the others were waiting. Nailin Liang walked over and said, "Brother Lin, we have inquired about the missions. We have chosen 2 missions. We don't know what to choose. You decide." Lin Xian looked at them and was greatly shocked. These 2 missions were not on the buried Emperor Star. They were on other worlds. However, he soon understood. At this stage, the things controlled by these family orthodoxies were not just limited to 1 or 2 worlds. Moreover, even if they were doing missions, they would be searching for them across the universe. Of the 2 missions, one was to find a precious spirit vein and bring it back. The other was to go to the medicine star and find 3 stalks of 10,000-year-old herbs. The toad said, "We originally wanted to go to the medicine star. The extra spirit herbs can be ours." However, Nailin Liang received news. This time, not only us, but also many people from the Dao sect will be going to the medicine star. In addition, the Heaven sect, Earth sect, and other remote antiquity families will also be going. At that time, there will probably be a great battle. Why? Lin Xian was shocked. Logically speaking, such a mission should not have caused such a commotion. Nailin Liang said, "It is said that a medicine king will appear on the medicine star. Medicine king, the king of medicine. It is extremely rare." That was why so many experts and geniuses were alarmed this time. Chapter 4804. Lin Xian thought about it and said, "How about this? You guys go and do the first spirit vein mission. I'll go to the medicine star alone and see if I can get anything." The Crimson Dragon nodded. They naturally recognized Lin Xian's strength. If he went alone, it would be convenient for him to retreat. They weren't worried. Just like that, the 2 sides agreed. The Crimson Dragon and the others would go and do the first mission, while Lin Xian would go to the medicine star. The medicine star was another star world. Thus, to go there, one had to use a world-grade teleportation formation. Fortunately, the Dao sect had such a teleportation formation. Moreover, some of the missions were carried out in other spheres. There were quite a few of such teleportation formations. Following the flickering of the formation's light, Lin Xian felt the world spinning. He saw spatial channels forming on both sides, and he was quickly teleporting. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that he was surrounded by a boundless starry sky. There was a star world in front of the universe. Lin Xian took a deep breath and flew towards the medicine star below. He landed in a forest. Upon arriving at the medicine star, Lin Xian felt the blood and qi in his body boil. This world was truly too strange. Spirit herbs grew everywhere. The entire world was filled with spirit Dao aura. Walking in the forest, Lin Xian discovered that other than him, there were many people who had descended from the sky. Thinking about it, they should have been teleported over from other worlds. These people were vigilant against each other. They were separated by a long distance as they set off. However, when they were about to leave the forest, they discovered that there was an endless amount of ice in front of them. It formed a frost cage that firmly trapped them. Outside the frost cage stood a few figures. The cold qi on their bodies was incomparably terrifying. They said coldly, "This area is under the control of the blue race. If you want to leave, you have to hand over 500 drops of dragon marrow." Hearing this, the expressions of the descenders in the forest became unsightly. Damn it, the blue race is too arrogant. Some people also said, "This is the medicine star, not the buried emperor star. What right do you have to take it?" At the front, an expert from the blue race sneered. "What, you're not convinced? Let me tell you something. The blue race has always had a cooperative relationship with the medicine star. This time, there was nothing wrong with helping them collect some dragon marrow. Also, don't even think about leaving in another direction. The entire exit is divided between the four of us. Our blue clan is only one of them. If you go anywhere else, you will also be followed by the dragon search." Damn it, those who had descended were gnashing their teeth. Some of them had extraordinary statuses and were extremely powerful. But she's alone. If the situation was slightly better, it would be a small team, but generally it would not exceed 10 people. At the front, the blue clan formed a powerful saint battle team. The difference in numbers between the two sides was simply too great. Lin Xian also frowned. He was no stranger to the blue clan. He had just killed Lan Zilu. These people shouldn't be able to recognize him. Thinking of this, their auras changed slightly. After all, he had just arrived and did not want to fight with these people. It was better to find out more about the King of Medicine first. The others couldn't do anything about it. Although 500 dragon marrow wasn't a lot, the other party's tough attitude made them furious. But at this moment, they had no choice but to lower their heads. Each of them was prepared to hand over 500 dragon marrow and enter. After all, once they could enter completely, they could find a lot of spiritual herbs. At that time, the loss of 500 dragon marrow would be quickly recovered. Lin Xian naturally hid in the team. He also planned to enter first. If there was a chance in the future, he would not let the other party go. Finally, they left the ice prison. These people flew in all directions. Lin Xian also soared into the sky and came to a mountain peak in the distance. He looked in all directions. At the same time, he summoned Whitey. "Little guy, it's up to you." Whitey's eyes lit up. "Yeah, this is really a good place." He was so happy that he wanted to stay here forever. "Let's go, let's do it." With Little White's treasure hunting ability and Lin Xian's extreme speed, he executed the skywalk steps and was like a deity traveling. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. They only felt a flash of lightning. Everyone was shocked. The entire medicine star was filled with spiritual herbs. However, Lin Xian and Whitey didn't care about the ordinary ones. The ones they were looking for were incomparably precious. Such things were very rare. After searching for a few days, they only found 2. Whitey was furious. He directly grabbed a bunch of spiritual herbs and placed them in the treasure basin. Below, the hand of fortune began to condense and refine them. Soon, thousands of spiritual herbs melted quickly and formed a drop of spiritual liquid. This drop of spiritual liquid was definitely much more effective than those spiritual herbs. However, it was still not enough. After all, spiritual herbs that could be seen everywhere didn't have much value. As for places with precious spiritual herbs, they were all occupied by powerful clans and families. There were many clans and sects on the Medicine Star. Among them, there were 2 biggest ones. One was the Medicine Sect, and the other was the Alchemy Kingdom. Sure enough, There were experts who descended and started a battle with the clans and sects of the Medicine Star. The battle was earth-shattering. Lin Xian didn't take action. Instead, he relied on the treasure basin and Whitey's power to secretly find a few spiritual herbs. Gradually, they collected more and more spiritual herbs. In a valley, an array formation flickered. Lin Xian sat there. There was an extremely terrifying light on his body. In the next moment, he entered a mysterious world. He placed some of the spiritual herbs he had obtained into the mysterious world. Lin Xian wanted to see if these spiritual herbs could grow in the soil here. He found that they couldn't. This was because a 5,000-year-old spiritual herb instantly withered and turned into dust as soon as it was planted. Was its power absorbed? Was there a problem with this land? Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely terrifying aura. However, this land was really terrifying. There was a mysterious power that directly blocked his detection. It even threatened him. Lin Xian retracted his gaze with a look of surprise. It was so strange. However, he found that the land where the spiritual herbs were planted had some changes. Even the withered spiritual herbs in the surroundings had recovered a little. From the looks of it, this piece of land was lacking too much power. If he wanted to completely recover, he was afraid that he would have to provide an endless supply of power. Thinking of this, he walked out of the mysterious world. At the same time, Whitey also returned. This time, it had collected quite a lot. The little guy was very happy. In front of Lin Xian, it kept cheering. At that moment, Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he discovered a shocking scene. In the treasure basin, of the dozens of spiritual herbs that were originally collected, one of them jumped up, turned into a stream of light, and ran away. Lin Xian was stunned. This guy could run? Had it become a demon? Whitey also angrily waved its little claws. Stop, don't run. However, that spiritual herb didn't listen to it and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4805. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in the distance with the celestial steps. The 5 elemental laws shot out a 5 elemental mountain and pressed down. It formed a cage, and the spirit herb was knocked back. It returned and drilled into the ground. Lin Xian's eyes shone. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi flew down and directly cut off the other party's path. The spirit fruit instantly escaped and flew to the other side. In the next moment, he disappeared. In front of him, on the forest ground, countless spirit herbs were everywhere. There were all kinds of colors, but there was no longer the black spirit herb from before. Little White flew over with a face full of confusion. Why was it gone? Its little claws kept scratching its head as it looked at Lin Xian. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes shone again, piercing through everything. He was also stunned. Even with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he couldn't see which one was the one he was looking for. This made him puzzled. Did it run away? Forget it. I'll just burn it. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 suns' divine fire appeared, covering the entire world. This was a divine fire. It was as if the sun had descended. The surrounding spirit herbs instantly withered, and one of them directly jumped up. It kept shaking at Lin Xian, as if to say, "Why are you so crazy? You're too ruthless." Then it fled into the distance again. This time, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He used the yin-yang image, but it didn't work. Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the heaven-devouring jar, and a black vortex appeared. Finally, the black spirit fruit was frightened. It swallowed the tablet into the heaven-devouring jar. Lin Xian grabbed it and formed a seal with his dragon-shaped sword chi, sealing it within. Mine. Xiao Bai jumped over and hugged the spirit fruit, not letting go. He had never seen such a fun thing before. Don't worry, no one will snatch it from you. Lin Xian smiled. They prepared to return. At this moment, there were many figures in the surroundings. Someone said, "Young master, don't worry. The transformation fruit is nearby." Someone was coming. Lin Xian brought Little White and prepared to leave. However, a mirror fell from the sky. At the same time, someone in the distance snorted coldly. "Who are you? Stay here." A terrifying aura appeared in the surroundings. There was even ice that sealed the world. The speed of these people was very fast. They arrived nearby in an instant. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately frowned. "Kid, did you find any other elixirs here before?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He noticed that the person in front of him was covered in ice. He was obviously from the blue race. What was the fruit of transformation? "Did you hear us?" The person on the other side was surprised. The leader of the group snorted coldly. "Don't you need to know what the fruit is? I only asked you if you saw it." Lin Xian smiled. "You didn't even tell me what it was like, so how would I know if I saw it or not?" The man frowned. He felt as if he had dug a hole and jumped into it. His expression was cold and gloomy. Someone walked out from the side. That woman wanted to explain, but in the next moment she caught sight of the black spirit fruit in Xiao Bai's hands. Her eyes turned red instantly. The fruit was in his hands. Countless gazes were fixed on Little White in an instant. The space around Xiao Bai started to shatter. Xiao Bai jumped in shock and hurried to Lin Xian's side. "Kid, hand over the fruit." The man in blue robes shouted coldly. The woman's eyes shone brightly. She said, "That little monkey is not bad. I want it too." A bunch of bad people. Xiao Bai made a funny face at these people. Lin Xian was shocked. So the black spirit fruit was the fruit of transformation. However, he had never heard of it. What was the use of the fruit of transformation? Lin Xian asked. Seeing how nervous these people were, it seemed to be very useful. The man in blue robes snorted. "Can't you do anything about it?" The woman in red laughed. "I advise you to hand it over obediently. Do you know who we are? I am the dragon lady of the fire dragon race, and he is the young master of the blue race. Be it the fire dragon race or the blue race, they are not people you can offend. So, just hand it over obediently." The man from the blue race snorted coldly. "Kneel down and hand it over. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground." Lin Xian laughed. "Blue race, are you courting death? Is the fire dragon race very powerful? If you want it, let's see if you have the ability. You are courting death. Men, kill him for me." The man in blue robes waved his hand. Behind him, 3 figures rushed over. They were 3 late-stage Saint Kings. They had already checked. Lin Xian was only a mid-stage Saint King. They could kill such an existence in an instant. But the result was completely different. Lin Xian looked over, and the souls of the 3 late-stage Saint Kings were destroyed. They fell from the sky. Then Lin Xian used the hand of creation to draw the 3 of them into 3 drops of blood essence. This method stunned the people on the other side. So strong. The dragon lady said that he should be an expert who can fight above his level. The man in blue robes snorted. "Who are you? Tell me your identity." "Trash, like you don't have the right to know. You dare to say that I am trash?" The man in blue robes was angry. "Attack immediately." Behind him, 8 people walked out. Half of them were Saint Kings at the peak of the Saint Plain. They attacked forcefully, freezing the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He condensed a divine eye in the sky like the eye of a god looking down on the world. At the same time, he used the celestial walk. His speed was extremely fast. Even in the sky full of snow, he was like lightning. Rock seal. Every attack was like a rock spreading its wings, shattering a Saint King. In the blink of an eye, 6 of the 8 figures were beaten into a bloody mist. The other 2 also fled in fear. He was too strong. They were no match for him at all. The man in blue robes had an ugly expression. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. He gritted his teeth and snorted. "Good boy, just you wait." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. "You want to leave now?" Lin Xian sneered. The Taiji diagram flew out. Yin and Yang aura descended. forming a yin-yang world that enveloped everyone. You dare to stop me? The man in blue robes was angry. Don't you know my identity? Also, let me tell you, my sixth uncle is nearby. He is a great saint and is on the Holy Gulf Glory Board. Can you fight against him? Kneel down obediently and accept your death. Otherwise, when my sixth uncle comes, you will definitely die. Oh, someone on the Holy Gulf Glory Board? Is he very powerful? Lin Xian sneered. Fire Dragon Girl was also stunned. Then she said, Didn't you come from the buried Emperor Star? Don't you know how terrifying the Holy Gulf Glory Board is? Lin Xian said, So what if I know? What is your sixth uncle's ranking? The man in blue said proudly, My sixth uncle is ranked 10,000. And Lin Xian snorted coldly with his hands behind his back. Boy, are you an idiot? The man in blue robes roared crazily when he heard that. Fire Dragon Girl sneered. It seems that you really don't know anything. Although he was ranked 10,000, that was the Holy Gulf Glory Board. This board was enough to suppress everything. So what? Lin Xian sneered. He must be trash to be ranked so low. Chapter 4806. The man in blue went crazy. Fire Dragon Lady could not believe it either. How could someone say that the people on the Xingyuan honor list were trash? This guy was definitely dead. Dragon Lady Fairy, help me hold this guy back. I'll definitely get my sixth uncle to come. As the man in blue spoke, he took out a matrix and began to transmit his voice inside. Sixth uncle, come quickly. There's a guy who doesn't know what's good for him. He actually called you trash. You must kill him. Fire Dragon Lady also walked over. Her eyes shone with a cold light. She was also at the peak of the Saint King realm. She was also a genius who could fight against a supreme saint. She would definitely be able to hold the other party back. However, Lin Xian had no intention of doing anything. Fire Dragon Lady was the only one who didn't want to run away. When the blue-clothed man saw this, he sneered even more ferociously. When his sixth uncle came, the other party would be dead. He really wasn't lying. His sixth uncle was nearby, and he would be here soon. A middle-aged man descended. The ice power on him froze the entire world. Even the spiritual herbs below were frozen. The world seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Who dares to challenge the Blue Clan? Who is so reckless as to question me? There was a cold snort. Even the flames on Fire Dragon Lady's body became very faint. Although she was a genius who could fight against a supreme saint, compared to the people on the honor list, she was much weaker. She was no match for them at all. Sixth uncle, it's him. This guy who doesn't know what's good for him. Quickly suppress him. When the blue-clothed man saw this, he cried out in joy. He pointed ahead. The Blue Clan's sixth uncle frowned and looked ahead. The next moment, he was surprised. The other party was only a mid-stage Saint King. Such a young man dared to question the Xingyuan honor list? You're his sixth uncle, right? Someone on the Xingyuan honor list? Lin Xian looked at him and said lightly, That's right. The middle-aged man said proudly. Lin Xian shook his head. You're indeed trash. You're even weaker than I thought. What did you say? Lan Mingtian's eyes exploded with terrifying ice. Challenge the honor list. Kill. As an expert on the Xingyuan honor list. He was so proud that he didn't even care about a supreme saint of the same level, let alone a young man. He stretched out a finger. Lin Xian's sixth uncle. The people from the blue race sneered. The other party was dead for sure. Lin Xian also snorted coldly and threw out a punch. The golden fist was like a golden crow, dancing between heaven and earth. The terrifying flames instantly melted the ice in the sky, turning the world of ice and snow into a world of the sun. Lan Mingtian's finger was broken, and he retreated. His face was full of shock. Fire Dragon Lady and the blue-clothed man were stunned as well. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they see? Lan Mingtian was injured. This was a powerhouse on the honor roll. How could he be injured? Not even great sages of the same level could defeat him. There was a hint of fear in Lan Mingtian's eyes. The other party was able to injure him so easily. He was definitely not a nobody. I have a title, Mad God. Mad God. What an arrogant name. The Blue Clan was surprised. Even Fire Dragon frowned. This guy dared to call himself a god? To them, this name was just arrogance. But when Lan Mingtian heard it, it was like being struck by lightning. His body trembled, and shock appeared in his eyes. You're mad, God. That's impossible. He roared in horror as if he had heard the most unbelievable thing. Sixth uncle, what's going on? Is he very powerful? The man in blue asked. He's more than powerful. Lan Mingtian was shocked. Impossible. How can Mad God be so young? Don't try to lie to me. He roared and threw out his strongest attack. Apocalyptic ice dagger axe. Endless frost condensed into an icy dagger axe. It slashed down as if it could destroy a world. At this moment, the entire medicine planet shook violently. Countless people were terrified. What happened? Lin Xian snorted. Rock seal, rock wings spread. Endless divine fire merged with the rock phantom. It was as if a divine beast had been resurrected and swept across the world. The apocalyptic ice dagger axe was shattered in an instant. Lan Mingtian retreated and vomited blood. It's true. You're really Mad God. He shouted in horror. Only Mad God could defeat him so easily. Fire Dragon Girl gasped in disbelief. The people of the Blue Clan were even more frightened. Even their great sage was defeated? The man in blue asked, Sixth uncle, who is this kid? He was also alarmed. Even his sixth uncle wasn't a match for him. The other party was too terrifying. Could it be that he was an old monster? Do you believe it now? Lin Xian said indifferently. After Lan Mingtian heard this, he stood up and bowed respectfully to Mad God. The people of the Blue Clan went crazy. What did they see? Their great sage was actually bowing respectfully, and the other party was just a young man. Sixth uncle, you didn't lose. You were just careless. You killed him. You can still kill him. Lan Mingtian frowned. He raised his hand and slapped the man in blue to the ground. He shouted coldly, Stupid thing! How dare you provoke Mad God? Do you want to die? How was that possible? The man in blue was stunned. The other people of the Blue Clan were also so frightened that they knelt on the ground. No! Sixth uncle, why didn't you help me? The man in blue roared crazily. Fire Dragon Girl also frowned. She said, Senior, who is this guy? Lan Mingtian sighed. Dragon Girl, you really made a wrong decision. Mad God is ranked 2000 on the Holy Gulf Glory list. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. How would I dare to fight with him? What? Fire Ling was stunned. The people of the Blue Clan were even more shocked. The man in blue trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. He finally knew why his sixth uncle didn't help him. Because the other party was too powerful. His sixth uncle was ranked 10,000 on the glory list so he could show off, and the other party was ranked 2,000 on the glory list, far above his sixth uncle. He couldn't provoke such a person. Mad God, please spare my life. I didn't recognize you. Please spare my life. The man in blue quickly knelt and begged for mercy. The people of the Blue Clan kept kowtowing. Even Fire Dragon Girl was stunned. In the next moment, she also said respectfully, I didn't know you, sir. Please have mercy. Lan Mingtian also said, Mad God, my nephew is too useless. He has offended you. The Blue Clan is willing to pay any price. Please have mercy. Any price? Lin Xian smiled. Are you sure? Even if it's your life. Lan Mingtian's pupils shrank. He took a deep breath and a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said no. After saying that, he slapped the man in blue, turning him into a bloody mist and destroying his soul. In addition, the 3 people of the Blue Clan who were kneeling were also killed by him. Chapter 48:07. Looking at this scene, fire dragon lady sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face was full of shock. She really didn't think that Lan Mingtian would actually kill someone directly, and it was against someone from his own clan. She quickly retreated and put up a defense. Lan Mingtian didn't attack again. Instead, he said in a low voice, "My nephew and clan have offended you. Mad God, you deserve to die. I will personally send them to hell. As for this dragon lady, she is from the Fire Dragon clan. I have no right to attack her. How you punish her is up to you. Goodbye." With that, he turned and wanted to leave. To be honest, he didn't want to attack, but the other party was too strong. If he didn't give him a satisfactory explanation today, he was afraid that the other party wouldn't let him go. Therefore, he could only kill these people. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that this person was really ruthless. He could even kill his own people and nephew. If such a person returned, he would definitely be a disaster. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. "Stop, did I say you could leave?" Lan Mingtian stopped and turned his head. His face was cold. "Mad God, what else do you want?" He was also angry. He had already killed his own people and apologized. What else did the other party want? What else? Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. He said, "What did you say when you faced me before? Those who challenge the glory kill." Lan Mingtian's pupils shrank. These words were said to the others. No one could challenge the holy Gulf glory list. Now he was also on the glory list. Did the other party want to kill him? He snorted, "Mad God, don't be too arrogant. You are strong, but you are too young and inexperienced. If we really fight, you can't do anything to me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me." "Is that so? It seems that you still don't understand the glory list. Let me tell you the difference between us." Lin Xian walked forward. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. It was the unparalleled sword. Damn it! Lan Mingtian was angry and quickly fled into the distance. "Mad God, I will remember you. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight against the entire Blue Clan. When I return, I will let you know the strength of the Blue Clan." He naturally didn't dare to fight with Lin Xian, but if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. Lin Xian slowly raised the sword in his hand as he spoke in a cold voice. "Those who challenge glory kill." Along with the voice, the sword Qi also descended, turning into an azure dragon, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. The sky was cleaved in two, and the earth split open. Lan Mingtian fled into the distance. However, he could still sense how terrifying the sword was. He went berserk and unleashed countless ice shields to block it. However, after that sword strike, he despaired. His body was split into two halves. Not only that, his broken body was unable to heal. This sword contained an extremely sharp aura. It was too terrifying, as though it was undying and indestructible, making it difficult for him to recover. Damn it, his soul flew out, fleeing into the distance. This time he really did suffer serious injuries. However, it also let him know how terrifying the other party was. The 2000th place on the glory roll was too terrifying. He was no match for him. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Even though he used the broken sacred blood in his body to perform a secret technique and ignite his bloodline, allowing his soul to move at an extremely fast speed. However, he still couldn't escape Lin Xian's gaze. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and his heavenly secret god eyes released the power of reincarnation, the fire of reincarnation. The terrifying eye technique flames instantly enveloped the other party's soul. Lan Mingtian's soul burned in the flames, roaring crazily, "No, Lord Mad God, please spare me. I was wrong." He was finally terrified. Lin Xian looked at this scene expressionlessly and said indifferently, "Since you were wrong, go to hell and repent." In the end, Lan Mingtian's body was burned to ashes. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the other party's storage ring. At the same time, the storage rings of the blue-clothed man and the others were all collected by him. In the next moment, Lin Xian looked at Fire Dragon Lady. Fire Dragon Lady was so scared that her body trembled and she knelt on the ground. Even someone as powerful as Lan Mingtian had fallen. If the other party wanted to kill her, it would be a piece of cake. Please spare my life. I'm willing to pay any price. Any price? Lin Xian smiled. Raise your head. Fire Dragon Lady raised her head, and a touch of red appeared on her face. She seemed to have thought of something. However, she gritted her teeth and nodded. Anything. Even if she had to serve the other party, she had to admit that such an expert was worthy of her lowering her head. Lin Xian said in her ear, "All right, give me a world. I'll spare your life." What? Fire Dragon Lady was stunned. She didn't expect the other party's request to be different from what she had thought. He wanted a world. She sucked in a cold breath. Why can't you do it? A trace of killing intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. Fire Dragon Lady hurriedly said that she could do it. Although giving a world to someone else made her heart bleed, she had to do it in order to save her life. However, she said, "Young master, a world belongs to our family. I don't have the strength to control it, so the world is not in my hands. Come back to the family with me. I'll give it to you with both hands." "There's no need. A month later, wait for me outside the Holy Gulf Tower. I hope to see the heart of the world then. Also, don't think about escaping and don't think about using your family's power to fight against me. I'll only give you one chance. If you dare to betray me, I'll let you know what despair is. Don't worry, I won't." Fire Dragon Lady was terrified. The other party was too terrifying. At such a young age, with such a cultivation, he was ranked 2000 on the glory board. The other party's strength and cultivation would increase in the future, and his ranking would be even higher. She knew that this was an existence comparable to a prince. How could she dare to provoke him? Therefore, she could only agree quickly. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said coldly, "Get up. Remember to respect me in the future." Yes. Fire Dragon Lady became extremely obedient at this moment. "Yeah, it tastes terrible." At this moment, Little White spat out. It turned out that during the fight just now, Little White had already unlocked the seal and began to eat the fruit. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this. Even Fire Dragon Lady's expression changed. She ate it just like that? Seeing the other party's surprised expression, Lin Xian asked, "Tell me, what's the use of the fruit?" Fire Dragon Lady said respectfully, "This kind of spirit fruit was very rare. It only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Once it appeared and was obtained by someone, it would be divided into many portions and refined into pills to be consumed. It was said that as long as one ate the fruit, they would have the ability to transform. Some people could turn from humans into demons, and some beasts could turn into humans. It didn't even have the aura of a demon. It could be said that it was very strange. However, he had never heard of swallowing the whole fruit. Lin Xian finally understood. The transformation fruit, as its name implied, allowed one to transform into different forms. He looked at Little White and asked, "How is it?" He was also a little nervous. After all, according to Fire Dragon Lady, no one would eat so much. Would there be any mutation? Chapter 4808. Little White was confused. He said, "I feel like I've grown wings and am about to fly." In the next moment, he waved his hands and turned them into wings. He flew up and turned into a butterfly. The white butterflies kept fluttering in the air. "Oh, I can't take it anymore. I want to drink water." Little White flew into the distance. There was a lake there, and he turned from a butterfly into a giant. He was like a giant mountain. He lowered his head and drank all the water in the lake in one gulp. Then he turned into a bee, ant, leopard, all kinds of forms. In the end, the little guy fell asleep in a daze and returned to his monkey form. "Is there a problem?" Lin Xian frowned. "Fire Dragon Girl, said carefully, "There shouldn't be. Maybe it's because the medicinal effect is too strong. It'll be fine after it's digested. All right, go and prepare the heart of the world. Don't miss it in a month." After Lin Xian finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and left with Little White. Outside the forest, one of the elders in the area frowned as he realized that a great sage might have perished. How is that possible? The people beside him were shocked. Who dares to attack the blue race? Go and investigate. They all moved, because not only did a supreme sage die, but a young master also died. This was a big deal. Lin Xian didn't know that the blue race had already begun to search. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was searching in another forest. Since he was here, he was prepared to complete the mission. He would give 3 stalks of 10,000-year-old herbs to the Taoist sect and let the supreme sages of the Taoist sect refine them into pills. When the pills were refined, he would be given a 3rd. This was a very good deal. At the same time, he also looked for some spirit veins and kept them in the mysterious world in his body to see what effects they had. Boom, boom. A spirit vein soared into the sky like a dragon. Countless people were shocked. A 10,000-year-old herb even flew out. It attracted many people's attention. Some people were shocked. Who is this? His methods are too terrifying. Isn't he afraid that the people of Medicine Star will fight back? Most of the people who came to Medicine Star were looking for spirit herbs. However, they didn't dare to do such a thing directly. They were afraid that they would gang up on them. Countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they saw a figure in the distance. He was walking through the air and charging towards the 10,000-year-old medicine. Humph! Many people around snorted coldly and attacked one after another. A 10,000-year-old medicine was also a necessary cultivation item for them. How could he let him go? Someone reached out a large palm. Someone brought out a precious bottle. Someone condensed a large cauldron, slaughtering their way over. However, they all missed. A figure was even faster than them, directly arriving in front of the 10,000-year-old medicine. His 5 fingers formed a seal, directly enveloping it. Who was it? This speed was too fast. Countless people were shocked. Were they from the Light Clan? They took a closer look and realized that it was the guy who had collected the spirit vein. How arrogant! You won't even let the old medicine go? These people were enraged. Up above, Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to these people. He turned around and left. Suddenly, a cold light streaked across the sky and turned into a heavenly saber that descended from the sky, cutting off Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian came to a stop. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. In the next moment, someone walked out and said coldly, "Kid, you've gone too far. Hand over that 10,000-year-old spirit herb." This man was wearing battle armor and holding a battle saber. He had short hair and a biting cold aura. It was as if he wanted to tear the world apart. There was an order in his words, and he didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. He was from the Heavenly Saber sect. Lin Xian recognized him in an instant. The other party's saber technique was very similar to the one from the Heavenly Saber sect, except that he was more powerful. "Get out of here before I get angry, or you'll die a terrible death," the surrounding people exclaimed. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant in front of Saber Saint Tianfeng? The man in front also had the same expression as Qin Shao. If you don't know what's good for you, then there's no need for you to exist. An extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed from his body. However, at this moment, another cold snort was heard. He's right. You don't have the right to take the 10,000-year-old spirit herb because it's mine. Someone stepped in the air. It was very terrifying. Countless people turned to look and exclaimed, "It's him, Mo Duxing. This is a genius on the Taoist sect stars ranking. He's an expert who can fight beyond his level." Countless people were terrified. Saber Saint Tianfeng also frowned. "Mo Duxing, do you dare to fight with me? So what if I fight with you?" Mo Duxing snorted coldly. Then he looked around and said coldly, The rest of you get out of here." The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Those who could enter the stars ranking were extremely powerful figures in the three orthodoxies. "Oh, you want me to get out? Are you sure?" At this moment, a cold sneer was heard. Lin Xian asked with a smile. The others were shocked. "Does this guy want to fight with Mo Duxing?" Mo Duxing was also angry. "Who dares to go against my orders?" He turned to look. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. "It's you." He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was so scared that he almost fell from the sky. Lin Xian sneered. "That's right, it's me." "What did you just say?" "Say it again." "I don't dare. I didn't know you were here. Please spare my life. I'll leave now." After that, he bowed deeply and turned to leave. "He looks like he's afraid of something." The surrounding people were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with faces full of shock. Who is this guy? How can he make Mo Duxing so scared? Could it be that he's an even more powerful expert from the Dao sect? That can't be. He's a stranger. I don't know him. The surrounding people were discussing. Saber Saint Tianfeng was also stunned. Then he sneered. Mo Duxing is a genius on the stars ranking. He's just a coward. Kid, hand over the 10,000 years elixir quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up badly. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Even Mo Duxing doesn't dare to attack me. You dare to attack me? Saber Saint Tianfeng laughed. Do you really think he's afraid of you? He's afraid of me. It's just that he's embarrassed to say it out loud. What an ignorant ant. Lin Xian sneered. Then he slapped his palm forward. You dare to attack me? Sky shaking ate Saber. Saber Saint Tianfeng was enraged. He attacked crazily. The saber in his hand split into 8 and slashed down. It's Saber Saint Tianfeng's ultimate technique. Countless people exclaimed and retreated quickly. They also wanted to see if Lin Xian had the strength to make a stars ranking expert fear him. Facing the 8 heavenly sabers, Lin Xian didn't care. His palm swept across and arrived in front of his opponent. A slap landed on his opponent's face. Then, Saber Saint Tianfeng was sent flying. Half of his face was smashed. The surrounding people were stunned. What did they see? The powerful Saber Saint was sent flying with a slap. Mo Duxing, who was watching from afar, narrowed his eyes and felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he had a good attitude and apologized in time. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Chapter 4809. A crazy roar came from the front. Saber Saint Tianfeng roared at the sky, and his broken face quickly recovered. However, his face was terrifyingly black. Damn it, you dare to hit my face? I will make you wish you were dead. His killing intent swept out, and endless heavenly saber runes appeared on his body, forming a heavenly saber totem. When the others saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They knew that Saber Saint Tianfeng was going all out. Kill! Saber Saint Tianfeng roared, and his saber light pierced through the sky, turning into thousands of light beams, slashing forward. It enveloped Lin Xian. A terrifying aura burst out, and the entire sky shattered. 1,000,000 miles turned into a whirlpool, and there was no place left intact. It's over. That person was hit. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Saber Saint Tianfeng laughed at the sky. Ha 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 ha, kid, what do you have to fight with me? He walked over proudly. He wanted to take the 10,000-year-old ancient medicine from Saber Saint Tianfeng. Is this your strongest attack? It's pitifully weak. A figure walked out from the saber light that filled the sky. Golden light filled the sky, and there was not even a crack on his body. How could it be? Countless people were dumbfounded. Saber Saint Tianfeng stopped, and his face was full of fear. Saber Saint Tianfeng was not injured at all. Could it be that he dodged all the attacks? Impossible. Saber Saint Tianfeng was just a mid-stage Saint King. How could he have dodged all the attacks? Unless he was a great saint. In other words, Saber Saint Tianfeng had used his physique to block all the attacks. Saber Saint Tianfeng's attacks could not even break through Saber Saint Tianfeng's physique. Thinking of this possibility, he broke out in cold sweat. What kind of physique was this? He definitely could not provoke Saber Saint Tianfeng. Who exactly are you? Saber Saint Tianfeng only remembered to ask about Saber Saint Tianfeng's identity now. At the same time, he also knew why Mo Duxing wanted to escape. It was not because he was afraid of Saber Saint Tianfeng. Lin Xian waved his hand and smashed Saber Saint Tianfeng's face again as if he was swatting a fly. Saber Saint Tianfeng crashed into a few mountains and fell to the ground, screaming crazily. Lin Xian smirked coldly as he stomped the other party's head into the ground. Don't you think that it's too late to know who I am? Blade Saint Tianfeng said. You can't kill me. My brother is called Small Blade God. If you kill me, he will not let Saint Tianfeng can I understand that you are threatening me? A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Damn it! Blade Saint Tianfeng was terrified. He could no longer move his body. He could feel death approaching him. Show mercy. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a palm fell down and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. He raised his hand and punched out. A golden fist shot up into the sky and knocked the palm back. After that, the golden fist did not disappear. Instead, it went straight for the figure. That figure was horrified. He executed a secret technique and instantly dodged. However, his face soon turned pale. Stop! She shouted angrily. I have no intention of attacking you. I just want you to hold back and not kill him. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Lin Xian glanced at him. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Heavens, if it was Nailin Yanran. This guy was actually able to force Nailin Yanran to retreat. It was too unbelievable. Saber Saint Tianfeng's eyes were filled with hope. He cried out, Sister Nailin, save me. Lin Xian frowned. Nailin Yanran, is she from the Nailin family? That's right, I am from the Nailin family. Nailin Yanran nodded. He offended you before. You can teach him a lesson, but please don't kill him. The surrounding people were shocked. Saber Saint Tianfeng was stunned too. He knew how prideful Nailin Yanran was. She was like a queen who ordered others around. But now, Lin Xian used the word please. One could imagine how terrifying this young man was. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Hence, he could only lower his head. Young master, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Xian ignored him and looked at Nailin Yanran. For Nailin Liang's sake, I will give you face and spare his life. But if there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the 10,000-year-old ancient herb. No one dared to obstruct him anymore. The power that Lin Xian displayed was truly shocking. They were all stunned. Not to mention the stars ranking experts. Nailin Yanran was a heaven sect expert and a Xian ranking expert. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Xian was. Sister Nailin, thank you for saving me. Saber Saint Tianfeng stood up and cupped his fists in gratitude. Nailin Yanran looked at him and said, Don't cause trouble in the future. There are too many experts here. Maybe some of them are top experts. Don't think that your brother, Small Knife God, can protect you forever. Take care of yourself in the future. After that, Nailin Yanran turned and left. But she was still confused. Lin Xian stopped not because of her or Small Knife God, but because of Nailin Liang. She and Nailin Liang were from the same family, but in the family she was the most dazzling genius. And although Nailin Liang was talented, he couldn't be compared to her. She was a Xian ranking expert in the Heaven sect. Nailin Liang participated in 2 tests but didn't enter the Dao sect. The difference was huge. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. When did Nailin Liang know such an expert? She had to go back and ask. On the other side, Lin Xian also left. It seemed that these big families were indeed not ordinary. Their disciples were sent to the three major orthodoxies, and the three orthodoxies were probably inextricably linked to these ancient families and great sections. If the Nayland family was like this, the nest of 10,000 dragons background was probably even more terrifying. Who knew how many terrifying forces and families would be involved when the Dragon Prince was killed? Lin Xian took a deep breath, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. No matter what, he had to get rid of the other party. Even if he had to become enemies with all the worlds in the universe, he wouldn't hesitate. For the next period of time, Lin Xian continued to look for ancient herbs. In the end, he collected the three 10,000-year-old ancient monsters and the storage rings that he had obtained before. He collected everything that could be used in the storage rings. As for the other resources, he threw them all into the mysterious world. Now he used all his strength to open up a small piece of land, which was about the size of a flower pot. He wanted to see what kind of changes would happen to the soil with enough power inside the mysterious world. Lin Xian quietly watched as the energy surged into the soil the size of a flower pot. Then it bloomed with a trace of light and fell silent again. The spiritual herb he planted also became dim and lifeless. Lin Xian was surprised. What kind of things had happened in this world to have become so strange? However, although he couldn't do anything, Lin Xian could cultivate himself here. He could even use it to avoid danger. He was curious. Did this world have a world core? Chapter 48:10. He could only walk 1,000 meters now. If he wanted to go further, he would have to wait until his strength increased again. Returning to the withered tree, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. The laws around him gathered. With a wave of his hand, 10 spiritual herbs appeared. Then, Lin Xian used the hand of creation to gather them and swallow them into his body. He started to dissolve the medicinal effects. The immortal, indestructible technique started to operate. Outside, a huge battle broke out. It seemed like everyone was fighting for something. Nayland Yanran attacked aggressively. Her palm turned into a sky as she attacked continuously. Behind her was the illusory image of an orchid, standing tall and upright. The leaves turned into divine knives and swords, stabbing at her continuously. The person fighting with him was also a woman. She was dressed in black and held a thin sword in her hand. The woman in black was forced to retreat. It seemed like she was no match for Nayland Yanran. Other than here, there was another battle in the distance. The woman in black escaped quickly. Nayland Yanran snorted coldly. Put down the 10,000-year-old ancient herb, or don't blame me for being impolite. She chased and finally came to a valley. The two fought, and half of the valley was destroyed. Moreover, this was because they were far away. Otherwise, with a single sword strike, the entire land would have been reduced to ashes. In the mysterious world, Lin Xian opened his eyes. In the next moment, he walked out. When he saw the broken valley, his face darkened. Who was it? Who dared to disturb his cultivation? He snorted coldly, and the 9 heavens, divine, thunder trembled. The 2 people fighting were stunned. Nayland Yanran frowned. "It's you." She met this mysterious guy again. The woman in black looked over and exclaimed, "You're a disciple of the Tao sect, right? Come and help me. The people of the Heaven sect bullied us." "You're from the Tao sect?" Lin Xian was shocked. "How did you know that I'm the same?" The woman in black said, "You have the Tao sect token." "Of course, I can sense it. Come and help me." Lin Xian looked at Nayland Yanran and said, "I gave you face before. Now give me face too. Let him go." "All right." Nayland Yanran turned and left. The woman in black was shocked. "You can let her leave? Who are you? Is there someone like you in the Tao sect?" Nayland Yanran was a heavenly sect master. She was on the Xian ranking. If she was on the same level as her, she should be on the Xian ranking. However, she had never heard of such a person in the Xian ranking of the Tao sect. Lin Xian laughed as well. "You're so weak. Yet you still dare to provoke him. Aren't you afraid of being killed? The black-clothed woman replied, who said I'm weak. Wasn't he looking for news about the Medicine King? So I spread out my power. No, you haven't told me who you are. How come I didn't know that an expert like you had appeared in the Tao sect? My name is Lin Xian. So it was you. The black-robed woman was surprised. So you are the brat who slapped the Dragon Palace's face. Although I didn't see the battle with my own eyes, I heard about it. You heavily injured Wang Zhonglo, killed Lan Zilu, and even killed one of Long Ao's incarnations. No wonder Nalin Yanran had to give you face. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at him. What's your name? I'm Bai Susu. Lin Xian was stunned. It couldn't be related to Bai Zhen, right? You know my brother? Bai Susu was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. You're Bai Zhen's sister? His expression became strange. One must know that he had beaten up Bai Zhen before. Moreover, Bai Zhen was from the Dragon Palace. Didn't that mean she was also from the Dragon Palace? Bai Susu didn't know that Bai Zhen had been taught a lesson by Lin Xian before. However, she could tell that he was worried. Bai Zhen said, don't worry. Although Bai Zhen joined the Dragon Palace, I'm not from there. I'm not interested in the Dragon Palace, so I won't participate in the battle between you and the Dragon Palace. Bai Zhen, is he your brother? Lin Xian asked. Bai Susu rolled her eyes. What kind of joke is this? How can trash like that be my younger brother? He's just a disciple from the Bai family. He's a distant relative. After he came to the Tao sect, I gave him a mansion. Since then, we haven't interacted much. However, I heard that after he joined the Dragon Palace, he bullied the weak and feared the weak. He's not a good person. If I meet him, I'll teach him a lesson. That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had nothing to do with the Dragon Palace. He hated Bai Zhen. That was enough. At least Bai Zhen wouldn't be hostile to him, let alone seek revenge. Bai Susu didn't plan to attack Lin Xian. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian with interest. You're a middle sage king, but you're so powerful. Not bad. Are you interested in getting the King of Herbs? Do you know where the King of Herbs is? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't have any information at all. Bai Susu said, of course, the King of Herbs is staying at 3 places. 2 of them are fake, and 1 of them is real. I know where it is. Why don't we work together? If we really get it, we'll split it equally. Sure. Lin Xian nodded. However, he added, I want to take the root part. Bai Susu didn't mind. Could it be that you want to replant it? Such spiritual herbs of heaven and earth were nurtured by the heavens and earth, and only formed by chance and coincidence. It wouldn't be easy to plant it, and it would take a long time. The Taoist sect had specially opened up a field for spiritual medicine. It was very effective, but it couldn't grow the King of Herbs. I want it to be useful. Lin Xiao didn't elaborate. He wanted to see if he could provide enough energy to the soil of the mysterious world to restore it. What would happen if he planted the King of Herbs? Where did you say the King of Herbs was? Lin Xian was curious. Bai Susu said, give me half a day. She should be here soon. Lin Xian didn't know what she was waiting for. However, he was stunned after half a day. He saw another young lady dressed in black jade flying over. Her appearance was identical to Bai Susu's. A clone? Lin Xian was surprised. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. It wasn't a clone, but an avatar. An avatar. Moreover, her avatar seemed to be more terrifying than Long Ao's. The 2 Bai Susu walked together, and their bodies fused together to form one. Their power also increased exponentially. How is it? Are you surprised? I have more than 1 avatar. Otherwise, do you think Nalin Yanran would be able to hunt me down? And more than 1. Lin Xian was stunned. How many avatars did this girl have? Let's go. Bai Susu waved her hand and said. The 2 of them flew into the distance. Along the way, they flew past countless mountains and rivers. Finally, they heard the sound of an intense battle in front of them. Is it here? Lin Xian asked. Bai Susu shook her head. It's fake. Follow me. As she said that, she flew to the right. After flying for a while, they saw a valley. There were people fighting there too. However, Bai Susu shook her head. It's fake too. It's at the last place. The last place was a valley. There were people fighting there too. It seemed that someone had found all three places. However, they couldn't be sure where the King of Herbs was. Chapter 48:11. Bai Susu pointed at the canyon and said, It's in there. That shouldn't be the case. If it's in the canyon, these people would have found it long ago. Lin Xian frowned. Bai Susu did not say anything. She flew out of the canyon, and a figure that looked exactly like her appeared. It was also a clone of Bai Susu. After Bai Susu merged with her clone, a cold light flashed in her eyes. The King of Medicine was protected by several spirit veins. Those spirit veins had already cultivated into demons and were extremely terrifying. They had hidden their auras, so it was normal that these people could not find them. If it weren't for the fact that I could create multiple clones to investigate carefully, I probably wouldn't have found them either. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked at the canyon. He realized that there was a mysterious force shrouding the canyon, preventing him from investigating. He snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes. He finally passed through the mysterious aura. He saw that there were 4 spirit veins protecting the King of Medicine below. The King of Medicine was crystal clear and was even more terrifying than a 10,000-year-old herb. Roar! Suddenly, one of the spirit veins roared at the sky and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. This spirit vein has really cultivated into a demon and has such intelligence. Where did this dragon come from? The people fighting in the surroundings were also puzzled. They looked in all directions. Lin Xian stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers turned into 5 divine swords and charged to the ground, tearing the canyon apart. You're making a move right away. Aren't you going to investigate further? Bai Susu was shocked. She originally wanted to discuss how to lure the people here away and then act in secret. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so direct. Lin Xian said as he attacked, 4 spirit veins that have cultivated into a demon are terrifying. No matter how they hide, they will be discovered. Since that's the case, why don't we attack directly? Before the people in the other 2 places react, we'll get the King of Medicine and leave quickly. All right. Bai Susu gritted her teeth and attacked quickly. At this moment, her strength was much stronger than before. She was not inferior to Nailin Yanran at all. With a palm strike, it was as if it had turned into a waterfall, charging towards a spiritual vein. The spirit vein turned into a spirit tiger and charged over. The 4 spirit veins turned into a spirit dragon, a spirit tiger, a spirit turtle, and a spirit sparrow. Just like the 4 great spirit beasts, they were extremely powerful. What is this? Demonic beast? The surrounding people were shocked. They looked carefully. Suddenly, they were shocked to find that a stalk of spiritual medicine was being protected by the 4 spirit veins. It was releasing an extremely terrifying radiance. The laws on the tree had materialized and were hanging on the tree trunk. King of Medicine. It was the Medicine King. Countless people cried out in alarm, their eyes turning red. They didn't expect their luck to be so good. The King of Medicine was right beside them. Attack! In an instant, these people rushed forward. The spirit turtle walked forward, its body continuously expanding until it turned into a towering mountain that cut off everything. The divine abilities that filled the sky slammed into its tortoise shell, creating a deafening sound. However, he was unable to break it. Was this guy really just a spirit vein? Everyone was shocked. This was even more terrifying than a top-notch demonic beast. Lin Xian also frowned. He could tell that the spirit turtle was indeed a spirit vein. Moreover, this spirit vein was very bright and spread for tens of thousands of miles. In other words, the power of the entire world had been absorbed by this spirit vein. The power condensed by the other party was so terrifying that it couldn't be resisted head-on. "Little guy, it's up to you." Lin Xian summoned Little White again. Little White was still a little confused at this moment, but it nodded. "All right, what should I do?" Lin Xian said, "I'll take that spirit dragon away later. You can transform into the spirit dragon and go back. They shouldn't suspect anything since you've eaten the transformation fruit. Find an opportunity to take the King of Medicine away. Then we can leave." "Okay." Little White nodded. Lin Xian slapped the spirit dragon with his palm. His 5 fingers formed a claw and enveloped it, bringing it into the distance. The spirit dragon roared at the sky, its body transforming into tens of thousands of miles long. As it swayed, the sky and earth cracked, but it couldn't break through Lin Xian's palm. "Kid, where are you going?" Baisusu was shocked. Lin Xian sent a telepathic message. When Baisusu heard the plan, she was stunned as well. She looked at Little White and exclaimed, "Can this little monkey really do it? That's a spirit dragon transformed from a spirit vein. Who can impersonate it?" Lin Xian chuckled. "Don't worry. Others can't do it, but this little guy can." "All right then." Baisusu could only wait on the spot. She was nervous as she fought against the spirit tiger. On the other side, Lin Xian brought the spirit dragon and charged into the distance. No one chased after them. Lin Xian took the opportunity and swallowed it into the mysterious world. The spirit dragon was still arrogant and wanted to fight back, but after entering the mysterious world, its body suddenly trembled. It was pressed to the ground by an invisible force. It cried out in pain, its expression turning into one of fear. "Damned human, where is this place? Let me go." It spoke in human language and roared crazily. Lin Xian was shocked. "You can speak? Seems like you've been born with intelligence. Since that's the case, it's easy. Stop struggling because you won't be able to escape. Do you think that your sacred domain can trap me?" The spirit dragon roared into the sky. It waved its terrifying dragon claws and tore the world apart. But here, it couldn't tear the void apart at all. This made it terrified. "What kind of sacred domain is this?" Lin Xian laughed. "This isn't a sacred domain. This is a world, a very mysterious world. How is this possible? How can there be such a world?" The spirit dragon was terrified. Even the buried Emperor Star is terrifying. Suddenly he roared in horror, because he realized that his body was shrinking and his power was disappearing. The ground below was absorbing its power. "No," the spirit dragon begged. "Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I don't want the King of Herbs anymore. I'll give it all to you. Let me go." It was truly afraid. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The spirit vein was terrifying, but it couldn't fight against this mysterious world at all. This world is too terrifying. At the same time, he was overjoyed. The spirit dragon was so powerful, and the other 3 spirit beasts were also formed from spirit veins. If he devoured them all, would this world be able to? Would there be some changes? Thinking of this, he was very excited and couldn't wait to go back and try. When this spirit dragon disappeared, Little White transformed into a similar dragon and flew back. It arrived beside the King of Herbs. The King of Herbs didn't notice it, and the other 3 spirit beasts didn't recognize it either. Baisusu was stunned. This is really possible. How did this little monkey do it? She didn't know that Little White had eaten the transformation fruit. Moreover, it had eaten the entire fruit. In the past, when the transformation fruit appeared, those people would be able to transform after getting a bit. Not to mention now, Little White had eaten the entire fruit. No one would be able to tell the difference between the real and fake forms. Chapter 48:12. Little White approached the Medicine King and suddenly attacked. The treasure basin covered the Medicine King. The Medicine King wanted to escape, but he was sealed in an instant. The treasure basin was extremely mysterious. He could not escape after entering. Last time, The transformation fruit was also covered by Little White with the treasure basin. Later on, when he took out a large number of spiritual herbs in the valley, the transformation fruit was able to escape. Otherwise, he would not have been able to steal it. With the spiritual herbs in hand, Little White was happy and flew into the distance. Roar! 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 The other 3 spirit beasts realized that the Medicine King was gone and immediately roared. They stared at the spirit dragon and roared nonstop. At the same time, they charged over. Oh no, the Medicine King disappeared. The others also charged over. Someone said, "Hurry up and inform our people to hurry over." Array formations were formed one after another. These people were notifying the others. The spirit dragon turned into Little White and flew into the distance with the treasure basin. At the same time, Lin Xian also walked out of the void. Little White jumped in front of him and handed the treasure basin over. In the next moment, the void fluctuated. A palm blocked it and directly enveloped Little White and the treasure basin. Then it disappeared. What was going on? Bai Susu was stunned behind him. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as well. Terrifying light burst from his eyes as he unleashed spatial powers. He saw a figure fleeing into the distance. Gufeng! He was instantly furious. Only Gufeng could use such a spatial ability in the younger generation. With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword chi with the power of the great dragon's sword soul slashed the void. Heaven and earth shattered, and the figure was forced out. However, he soon disappeared. "Want to leave?" Lin Xian locked his gaze on the other party. At the same time, he summoned the void beast and traveled through space. The 2 opened a space tunnel and disappeared. In front, Gufeng's palm formed a space that completely enveloped Little White and the treasure basin. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Lin Xian, no matter how powerful you are, you still fell into my hands." He was too proud. Previously, the ancient race helped Lin Xian and he was imprisoned. Later, he was able to leave. Then he came here. He joined the Earth sect. This time, when news of the Medicine King spread, he naturally came with the people from the Earth sect. As a genius of the Ground Clan, Gufeng's space bloodline was extremely terrifying. After he arrived, he hid himself and waited in secret. Finally, the day he had been waiting for had arrived. Although he didn't know how Lin Xian managed to fool those spirit beasts, it wasn't important anymore. Little White struggled, wanting to resist. Gufeng snorted coldly. "It's useless. You can't escape at all." Suddenly, he frowned and looked behind him. Damn it, he was actually able to catch up. It was a void beast. Damn it. Since the other party had snatched the heavenly void beast away from him, he would definitely be able to use many spatial abilities. However, no matter how strong the heavenly void beast was it comparable to the heavenly void scripture of his martial monarch clan? Spatial exile. A large crack opened up an extra-dimensional space and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had been exiled, but not long after, he broke through the air and arrived. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword aura surrounded his body. Gufeng frowned. Damn it, the great dragon sword. If it was someone else, he could completely exile them and not even return for hundreds of years. However, the other party was the successor of the great dragon sword. The great dragon sword's attack was unparalleled. It was simply his nemesis. He attacked with his sword. The yin-yang image covered heaven and earth. The yin-yang aura carried an extremely terrifying power. Among them, the power of death erupted. Gufeng felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Little White. After Little White received the news, she also quickly resisted. Boom! Taking this opportunity, Lin Xian slashed out with a powerful sword. Gufeng was furious. He used the Great Void Transference. He also attacked powerfully. An illusory image appeared, and his real body appeared on the other side. Between the two, the combination of the illusory and the real, making it impossible for others to kill him. However, this sword strike had shattered the entire void, and the sealing barrier in his hand had also shattered. Little White fled. Her figure flashed and disappeared. Gu Feng didn't care. The little monkey grabbed the treasure bowl in the air. The treasure bowl shook violently, and the Medicine King rushed out. Lin Xian reached out, and a large golden hand enveloped it. Gu Feng's pupils shrank, and the void changed. In an instant, his body and the Medicine King switched places. At the same time, the void finger attacked the golden hand, blocking Lin Xian's attack. Gu Feng executed the great void shift again, disappearing from sight. He grabbed the Medicine King and laughed proudly. Lin Xian, you did have the upper hand before, but now I have begun to cultivate the void scripture. This is the ultimate technique created by the great emperor. You are no match for me at all. From now on, the gap between us will only increase. After saying that, his figure completely disappeared. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't chase. This Gu Feng's strength had become much stronger than before. It turned out that he had learned the void scripture. The ancient scripture created by the great emperor was indeed extraordinary. He knew that in addition to Gu Feng, Yi Wudao also cultivated the heavenly emperor scripture. It was equally terrifying. These two people weren't imperial princes yet. He didn't know how strong imperial princes like the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pingzi would be with the great emperor's ancient scripture. It was probably unimaginable. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists. There was still a long way to go. Behind him, Baisusu flew over and said, "Why aren't you chasing? There's no need to chase." "What do you mean? Don't you want the Medicine King?" Lin Xian smiled. He didn't take the Medicine King. As he said that, he waved his hand. The void split open, and the treasure bowl appeared. A Medicine King appeared in it. Baisusu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the Medicine King. What did he take? He took it. Lin Xian smiled. Baisusu was stunned, but she soon understood that it was the little monkey. Previously, Little White could transform into a spirit dragon. It wouldn't be a problem for her to transform into a Medicine King at a critical moment. No wonder Lin Xian wasn't nervous. That's right, he took Little White. Don't worry, he won't let it run away. However, let's put on a show first. Lin Xian split the world with his sword. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Gu Feng, you actually defeated me and took the Medicine King. Damn it." Baisusu also roared crazily at the side, "Gu Feng, don't be arrogant. The people of the Path sect will be here soon. You definitely won't be able to escape." Their voices were like thunder. In addition, Lin Xian's sword shattered the sky within 1,000,000 miles. Gu Feng's figure also appeared. Although it was only for an instant, he disappeared without a trace. However, everyone in the surroundings heard it. Some of them even saw that figure. All of them were shocked. Gu Feng had obtained the Medicine King. Who was he? Was he very powerful? Someone said, "I know. He's from the Earth sect. He's a disciple of the ancients." Was he from the Gu family? Then he must know spatial magic. No wonder he could obtain the Medicine King. So what if he was from the Gu family? Are we the weak ones? In an instant, countless figures rushed out. At the same time, the people from the other two battlefields also charged over, covering the sky and earth as they chased after Gu Feng. Chapter 48:13. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smirked coldly. He was still far from being able to fight with him. Go and devour the 3 spirit beasts." Turning around, he dashed towards the other 3 spirit veins. The 3 spirit beasts wanted to give chase as well. They had been guarding the King of Medicine for so many years, all for the sake of devouring him and turning him into a living being. But who would have thought that the King of Medicine would be taken away by someone else? Intolerable. The 3 spirit beasts soared into the air and chased after him. But just then, a figure stopped them. "The 3 of you stay. Human ants, get lost." Anyone who blocks my way will die. The 3 spirit beasts were enraged. Bai Susu was terrified as well. What was this Lin Xian trying to do? Lin Xian's body shone brightly. Endless flames covered the entire world, forming a furnace that covered everything. In the next moment, he dashed towards the 3 spirit beasts, opening the mysterious small world. The 3 spirit beasts roared and slashed their claws, but in an instant they were swallowed into the space. When they appeared, they were immediately pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Damn it! Who dares to plot against me? Damned human! What kind of despicable method did you use? Get out here! The 3 spirit beasts roared. Why are the 3 of you here too? Just then a voice rang out. The spirit tiger was stunned. Then it roared, Spirit dragon, damn it. You still have the cheek to come out? You're the one who took the king of medicine. You broke our rules. The spirit dragon gritted its teeth. It wasn't me. I was trapped by this human brat. Hurry up and break out. This place is terrifying. I've already absorbed a lot of my energy. I don't have much left. The spirit turtle looked around and asked, Where are you? He looked around. It was a desolate scene. There didn't seem to be any spirit dragon. I'm here. The voice rang out. The spirit sparrow spread its wings and flew. It could only fly a few meters high, which shocked him. The spirit tiger exclaimed. It looked at a small mound in front of it and asked in shock, Could it be you? The spirit dragon's voice rang out. That's right, it's me. How is that possible? The 3 spirit beasts were stunned. Their bodies were supreme-grade spirit veins that spanned millions of miles and contained endless energy and spirit chi. How could it be a small mound? They felt like they had been tricked. This was an illusion. The 3 of them roared. Lin Xian walked over and said, There was no need to be shocked. He was indeed your companion. Not only that, the 3 of you will also have to obediently turn into 3 mounds here. Lin Xian waved his hand. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. The 3 spiritual beasts wanted to resist, but their powers were already being devoured by the earth. It was rapidly weakening. All 3 of them had spirit beasts that had turned into spirit veins. When they landed on the ground, they let out terrified cries. No. Lin Xian smiled and placed the 4 spirit veins in a square, which could be used as a valley. From now on, all of his experiments could be carried out in this valley. The valley wasn't big, but it was formed by 4 supreme-grade spiritual veins. The soil in the valley should have changed a little. Lin Xian chuckled before turning around to leave. You guys can slowly get used to this place. He turned to Bai Susu and said, Let's go and chase after that fellow. Bai Susu was stunned. What was going on? Where were the 3 spiritual beasts? She was surprised. She couldn't see through the furnace of heaven and earth. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. They had gone to where they should go. The 2 of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. On the other side, Gu Feng was in a bad situation. His face was dark. Damn Lin Xian! He gritted his teeth at the thought of Lin Xian. He had already defeated Lin Xian. But Lin Xian revealed his identity at the last moment, causing countless people to chase after him. He was a genius of the Gu family. He had mastered spatial powers and cultivated the scripture of the void. He was extremely powerful and should be able to defeat everyone. Unfortunately, none of the people here were weak. They were all top powerhouses of the 3 great orthodoxies and the clan of the ancients. Fortunately, he cultivated the scripture of the void. Otherwise, he would have been defeated long ago. Leave the king of medicine here. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A figure flew over from afar and turned into a peerless saber. He slashed down with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The power was so strong that it made Gu Feng's hair stand on end. He thought that Lin Xian had come. However, it wasn't Lin Xian. It was a peerless saber wielder. Gu Feng used the great void shift and dodged the attack. His face turned cold. He was already surrounded by people. The peerless saber wielder in front of him was extremely terrifying. It was Small Saber God. He was here too. Countless people exclaimed. Gu Feng frowned. He had heard of Small Saber God before. He was a peerless saber wielder of the heavenly saber mansion. The other party was given the title of Saber God. One could imagine how terrifying his saber techniques were. Void exile. He created a terrifying spatial crack and banished himself into a dimensional space. He wanted to leave. Small Saber God shouted angrily and displayed a few sabers. At the same time, another person attacked from the other side. A golden fan made of intertwined feathers burned like the sun. It shrouded the area below. You want to leave? Leave the king of medicine here. A cold voice sounded. Gu Feng's face turned ugly. This person was an expert from the Golden Crow race. Damn it. The weapon he used was refined from the wings of an ancient golden crow. It was extremely powerful. Gu Feng used the great void shift and moved the terrifying flame to the other side. Seal him. He couldn't be allowed to escape. Naylin Yanran also walked out. The orchid behind her froze the area. Orchids were extremely tough. Ordinary orchids could grow on mountains, not to mention such a natural phenomenon. The entire area seemed to be sealed. In addition, the people from the Tao sect and the Heaven sect also came. There were also the clan of the ancients and the great factions. There were many people. Gu Feng's face darkened. With so many people attacking together, even if he could escape, he would be injured. It was very likely that he would be surrounded by everyone. These people had strong identities and methods. If he took out a few more powerful trump cards, he would be in danger. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow disciples of the Earth sect, help me." Someone from the Earth sect walked over with a smile. "Junior brother Gu, we are from the same sect. Naturally, we will help. However, after this, will we share the Herb King? Of course. How can I take such a thing for myself? I will definitely share it with my senior brothers." Gu Feng smiled. However, he gritted his teeth in his heart. Who cares about the oath? He had to get through this first. All right. The people from the Earth sect laughed. They waved their hands and walked over. Everyone, Gu Feng is from the Earth sect. We have already obtained the Herb King. Could it be that you want to snatch it? Cut the crap. Everyone who saw the treasure has a share. Naylin Yanran snorted coldly. The others also had cold expressions. They were going to give away the treasure just like that? They were unwilling. Chapter 48:14. At this moment, someone screamed. Countless people turned their heads in shock. In the next moment, they saw an expert from the Earth sect being beaten into a bloody mist. Who was it? The people from the Earth sect were furious. They saw a figure that looked like a god of war walking over. The power on his body was so terrifying that it brought about a vision of heaven and earth. Yi Wudao. Seeing this, Gu Feng's face turned cold. The others were also shocked. Was he the Yi family's holy body? So strong. On the other side, endless light flashed and someone roared. Everyone was shocked. What fast speed? Could it be someone from the Light clan? These were all ancient, desolate physiques, after all. It seemed that the Heaven sect had become stronger. Countless ancient families and sects were shocked. Even the people from the Earth sect looked cold. Attack! The man in the lead roared, and then a great battle broke out. Light was extremely fast, and he charged towards Gu Feng. In an instant he was beside Gu Feng. Gu Feng's pupils shrank. It was indeed fast. It was close to teleportation. But so what if it was fast? Could it be compared to his space mystique? His body turned illusory and he dodged the attack. Then he sent out a palm strike. On the other side, Yi Wudao also charged towards an expert. It was an expert from the Earth sect who had been famous for a long time. However, Yi Wudao was also terrifying. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was terrifying. In the void far away, two figures stood, looking into the distance. Baisusu said. She found it hard to believe that so many experts had come this time. 2 of them even possessed the ancient, desolate body. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Old friends? Then he looked at the experts from the Earth sect and Heaven sect. His eyes were also shining. He looked at Baisusu and said, "Wait here. I'll go and meet them." "Are you going to fight?" Baisusu was shocked. Lin Xian nodded. In the next moment, a terrifying flame burst out from his body, illuminating the entire world. He charged forward. The people fighting in the front were stunned. They sensed the arrival of a powerful figure. Who was it? Many people looked over, but they couldn't see the face. All they saw was a golden fire god charging towards them. Boom! He threw a punch at one of the figures. That person tried his best to resist, but he was still sent flying by the punch. A black hole appeared in the sky. Countless people were shocked. How terrifying! Who was it? Who wants to fight me? After Lin Xian arrived, he was incomparably domineering, like a god. Gu Feng's expression was cold. Was this guy here again? His body became dim as he prepared to teleport. Leaf Daudennier's eyes glittered as he could sense Lin Xian's physique. No one dared to? Lin Xian looked around and stared at a figure. The saber light on that person's body was biting cold. Small Knife God also frowned. His eyes shone with a cold light. Did the other party want to fight him? This was especially so after Shao Qin discovered that the other party had the aura of the Heavenly Saber Mansion's blood. "You've killed people from the Heavenly Blade sect." He slashed out with his saber. They quickly retreated. Countless people were terrified. Although there were many geniuses here, including those with the ancient, desolate body, Dagger God was probably the most terrifying one. Although he didn't have the ancient, desolate body, he had been famous for a long time and his saber technique was extremely powerful. If the saber slashed down, the flaming figure would definitely die. What a sharp saber! Lin Xian laughed. This time, he was here to fight to his heart's content. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body condensed into a flaming divine sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. With a clang, the saber and sword collided. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Boom! Saber light and sword shadows flashed between heaven and earth. Lin Xian sneered. "Show me your full strength." He slashed out again. It was like 9 suns opening the sky. Boom! Dagger God was furious. His eyes shone with a terrifying light as he held the saber with both hands. The peerless saber. He was really angry. Did the other party dare to challenge him? A sky-shattering sound was heard, and the void shattered. The destructive power swept through the 9 heavens. After the attack, a figure was sent flying. Countless people were shocked. Their faces were filled with horror because they realized that it was Dagger God who was sent flying. Dagger God's face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Who was this flaming figure? It was unbelievable that he could injure Dagger God. Interesting. Let me try. At this moment, another person walked out. It was the same person from before. The leader was a powerhouse from the Earth sect. He had fought with Yi Wudao before. Now that he saw Lin Xian, he turned around and strode over. With every step he took, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless people exclaimed, "The Overlord! Was he going to attack too?" The Overlord's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. "Take my punch." His fist bloomed with an unparalleled light, as if it had turned into the fist of the war god. Wherever it passed, the entire world was shattered. The flaming sword in Lin Xian's hand disappeared. At the same time, he clenched his fist and punched out, turning into a golden crow that roared between heaven and earth. With an earth-shaking sound, the 2 fists collided. Then they each took 3 steps back. Millions of miles below, the mountains and rivers shattered and turned into nothingness. What was going on? Not only was this guy's sword technique powerful, but his physique was also so strong. He could actually fight against the Overlord. One had to know that only Yi Wu Dao, a sacred physique, could fight against the Overlord. However, the person in front of him did it. What kind of physique did he have? Behind them, Bai Susu was stunned. Wow, this guy was actually so powerful. No wonder he dared to challenge the Dragon Palace. The Path sect would probably not be peaceful in the future. In front, the Overlord was also stunned. In the next moment, an extremely bright light burst out from his eyes. I thought you were a peerless swordsman, but now it seems that your physique is also very powerful. It's not weaker than the Yi family's sacred physique. I don't know where your limit is. I was just being casual just now, but I'm going to be serious now. At this point, he laughed loudly. The mountains in the distance kept shattering. No one could withstand his power. He had the strength to lift mountains, and his aura was unparalleled. At this moment, the Overlord was really powerful to the extreme. As one of the three great orthodoxies, the Earth sect did not have princes like the Dragon Prince and the Kunping Child. However, the experts in the sect were not weak at all. The Overlord was one of the representatives. He was very terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian's blood was boiling. He did not expect that other than Yi Wu Dao, he would meet an expert with such a terrifying physique. This made him very happy. Good, I didn't use my full strength just now. Now, let's see if you can make me use my full strength. Lin Xian laughed and waved his fists. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire, forming an endless sun that descended. It was too terrifying. Countless people looked at the scene with shock. This mysterious flaming man was very powerful, far beyond their imagination. They wondered how the battle would end. Who would be stronger? Chapter 48:15. Some people said, "What are you thinking?" Of course, the Overlord was stronger. Didn't you see how Yi Wu Dao was suppressed in his battle with Yi Wu Dao? Others said that Yi Wu Dao was young. Otherwise, his saint physique would definitely be very strong. Humph! The Overlord was also from the Tyrants. Although the Tyrants had never produced a great emperor, they could be called the uncrowned king in terms of strength. Even if Yi Wu Dao really had a greater mastery saint physique, a greater mastery tyrant physique was definitely not weak. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. Indeed, in the past, there had been greater mastery saint physiques and greater mastery tyrant physiques. Both sides had won and lost. Now, the Overlord was taking it seriously. The flaming man. He was afraid that he was in danger. The Overlord's fists had the power to split open the sky, making Lin Xian feel the pressure. Lin Xian also shouted wildly. His fists turned into the only thing in the world, and he kept waving them. Every time the two of them collided, his arms would go numb and his blood would boil. However, his strength was getting stronger and stronger. An expert, Lin Xian admitted that his opponent was definitely a top expert. His blood was boiling. Only by fighting such a terrifying expert could he improve faster. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, like the earth to the sea. Everywhere they passed, everything turned to ashes. Countless people retreated, their faces filled with fear. The flaming man was too extraordinary. He could exchange more than 1,000 moves without being at a disadvantage. What kind of physique did he have? It must be the legendary physique in the starry sky. Who was it? Sounds of discussion could be heard. At that moment, the Overlord roared angrily. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. He struck out with a peerless attack. The victor was about to be decided. Lin Xian roared as well, using the 9-yang divine physique to the extreme. Phantoms of 9 suns appeared on his body, surrounding him like a sun god. Fury of the 9-yang. Both palms struck out together, and a sea of fire filled the sky. Countless rays of light intertwined in front of them, and everyone could not open their eyes. They could feel that the power was about to tear them apart. Quickly defend. Countless people opened their saint domains to defend themselves. Some people who did not have time to escape vomited blood. Some people even turned half of their bodies into a bloody mist. The attack of the two was so terrifying. Damn it, has this guy become so terrifying? In the sky, a dimensional space appeared. Gu Feng's face was cold. 9 suns circling around him was the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian. Damn it, the other party's growth had exceeded his expectations. Did you see that? The others also cried out in alarm. 9 suns surrounded him. This was the legendary 9-yang divine body. This kind of physique had disappeared for many years. And now he had appeared on the buried Emperor Star again. The great success of the 9-yang divine body was not weaker than the sacred body or the overlord body. No wonder he could compete with the overlord. Countless cries of surprise rang out. Many people's eyes turned red. The reputation of the legendary physique was not in vain. How is the battle going? Everyone looked over carefully. Amidst the shattered mountains and rivers, a figure retreated, leaving endless cracks in the ground. The overlord retreated. His clothes were in tatters, and there were even tears in some places. One of his hands was also trembling nonstop. Although he tried his best to control it, it seemed that he could no longer control it. The overlord's eyes erupted with a cold radiance as he said through clenched teeth, "The 9-yang divine body had reappeared in the world. This is truly unexpected. I did not expect you to be able to cultivate the 9-yang divine body to such a level. To think that he could even suppress me." Countless people went into an uproar. Did this mean that the overlord was at a disadvantage in the previous exchange? This is truly inconceivable. Many shocked gazes looked at Lin Xian. "You are very strong." Lin Xian nodded. "I can only suppress you with just my physique." Indeed, if he only used the 9-yang divine body to suppress the other party, it would be easy to injure the other party. However, it would not be easy to kill the other party. Of course, if it was a life-and-death battle, it would be different. Lin Xian had many trump cards, so the other party must also have some trump cards. These geniuses could not be underestimated. Therefore, no one would know until the final moment. However, in terms of physique, Lin Xian had one. 9-yang divine body? This is truly unexpected. I will also experience it. Another cold voice sounded. Endless frost condensed in the distance, forming an ice river that hung in the sky. Above the ice river, a figure streaked across at high speed. Then, she stood at the top of the ice river and looked down. The ice wings on her body made everyone freeze. "Bingling, she is here too?" Nalin Yanran frowned. Yi Wudao, the overlord, and the others squinted their eyes. This woman was from the Blue Clan. Her bloodline was extremely terrifying. It was said that she had a great opportunity. When she was training outside, she met a Nirvana Ice Phoenix and obtained the Ice Phoenix divine fruit. This made her ice bloodline even more terrifying. Bing Ling waved her hand and endless frost flew over, trying to freeze the world. Illusory suns circled around Lin Xian's body, and boundless divine fire clashed with it. The two of them collided in a silent confrontation. They melted and then froze. This was a bizarre scene, and everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the Blue Clan to have such a genius. She was much stronger than Lan Ziyu and Lan Zilu. No wonder the Blue Clan could stand tall in St. Origin Ancient City and become one of the top clans. Frost Sword. In the sky, Bing Ling waved her hand, and the frost in the sky turned into a divine sword and fell. Heaven and earth were sealed in ice, and then shattered into pieces. Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. The 9-yang fire turned into the 9 heavens. Flames danced in the sky and turned into a fire dragon that roared between heaven and earth. The collision between the ice sword and the fire dragon spread out in all directions with them as the center. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. "Since you want to experience my 9-yang divine body, it is not as simple as just flames." He moved his feet and used the skywalk step. Together with the strength of his physique, he turned into a peerless divine sword. Instantly, He split open the void and rushed forward. Not good. Countless people exclaimed. Bing Ling was in danger. The 9-yang divine body had endless vitality and a terrifying physique. In close combat, Bing Ling did not have the advantage. Lin Xian advanced courageously, crushing everything in his path. Bing Ling roared and froze. She stretched out her hand and slapped forward. In the palm of her hand, a beam of cold light flew out and froze everything. Layers of ice appeared all over Lin Xian's body. There were thousands of layers, freezing him in the air. However, in an instant, those layers of ice shattered. Lin Xian charged forward like the sun again. What a terrifying power! Bing Ling frowned. She tapped her feet and floated backward. At the same time, she waved her hand and a snowstorm gathered in the sky. Once he entered her domain, everything would slow down. As expected, Lin Xian was not as fast as before. However, he still charged forward with an astonishing momentum. Finally, he arrived in front of her and punched. Bing Ling did not panic. Instead, a smile appeared on her face. Ice barrier. She opened her palms, and a barrier instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The power of ice inside was much stronger than before. Obviously, she had been waiting for a killer move. Chapter 48:16. She was sealed. Countless people were shocked. It seemed that the ice spirit sect was better. Bing Ling laughed. Looks like you're the one who lost. But in the next moment, she was stunned. She realized that the enchantment was breaking quickly, and a figure was gradually becoming clear. Then a fist came towards her. Retreat! With a bang, the enchantment was broken, and Bing Ling was pushed back by the punch. Crack, crack, crack. She retreated far away, and then countless cracks appeared on Bing Ling's body. With a crack, she broke into countless ice cubes. Countless people were shocked. She lost? No, it was an ice clone. In another place, Bing Ling's figure appeared. Her face was a little pale, although she used the ice clone to dodge the fatal blow, but it still hurt her a little. Should she continue? The ice on Lin Xian's body melted. He stood there, shining in all directions like the sun war god. There's no need, Bing Ling said coldly. She felt that the other party was very strong. If she didn't pay a price, she wouldn't be able to defeat him. Moreover, the main target now wasn't Lin Xian but Gu Feng. The others were also silent. Lin Xian had shown his strong physique and terrifying swordsmanship in 3 attacks. For a moment, no one dared to come forward. Everyone ignore this kid. Our target is the Medicine King. Bing Ling raised her head and looked at Gu Feng in the distance. There was ice everywhere. The others were also moving. Attack! The battle broke out again. The great conqueror led the people of the Earth sect to fight back crazily. At the same time, he shouted, Gu Feng, you go first! Gu Feng gritted his teeth, formed a space tunnel, and disappeared. However, there were many experts here. He was chased all the way and fought with them. It had to be said that Gu Feng was also very strong. Although he had just started cultivating the void scripture, he could already display great power. The great void shift and void conversion were 2 absolute arts that allowed him to escape every time he was in danger. Surrounded by more than 10 top experts, he still let the other party escape in the end. However, more and more people came later. In the end, dozens of people came. Gu Feng's scalp was numb. No matter how strong he was no match for these dozens of experts. In the end, he exiled himself. At the same time, a mirror appeared on his body, shattering the world, and he escaped. Replica void mirror. Countless people gnashed their teeth in anger. This was an imitation of an extreme Tao weapon, and its might was no weaker than a great saint artifacts. Damn it, did he let him escape? They hurried to look for him. Soon, countless people were on the move. Within the vast snowy mountains, a figure appeared. He then spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Detestable! Gu Feng clenched his teeth. Fortunately, he had a treasure to protect him at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. But soon he began to laugh proudly. So what if there were dozens of top-notch experts? Didn't he still manage to escape? At this moment, a voice behind him laughed. It seems that you are very happy. Who was it? Gu Feng's hair stood on end. He had already escaped. So how could there still be someone who could catch up to him? He turned around and attacked with a finger in the air. A terrifying sword light came from behind, shattering the void around him. It's you! Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He did not expect it to be Lin Xian again. Beside him was a woman in white. It seemed like he was an expert from the Dao sect. Brat, how did you find this place? Gu Feng was really shocked. It would have been very easy to find him. Did he think that he could hide from everything with his void divine ability? It was useless. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and took out a replica of the void mirror. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lin Xian said, I don't want to stop you. I'm just here to take back something. Do you want the Medicine King? Don't think about it. You're dreaming. Lin Xian shook his head. Are you sure that you got the Medicine King? After saying that, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a spirit medicine appeared in his hand. It was surrounded by the great Tao. It was abnormally terrifying. How was that possible? Gu Feng's pupils constricted. That was the Medicine King. Then what did he get? He took out the Medicine King that he had obtained. However, in the next moment, the Medicine King in his hand turned into a little white monkey that made a face at him. Its body flashed and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already beside Lin Xian. Damn it, it was actually a damn monkey. How was that possible? He knew Little White. It was the monkey by Lin Xian's side. But how could it turn into the Medicine King? How could it fool him? Damn it! Gu Feng roared angrily. He wanted to attack. However, Lin Xian retreated with Little White, and Bai Susu had already flown into the distance. Lin Xian used all his strength and roared, Gu Feng, don't even think about escaping! As he said that, he shot out a bolt of lightning that turned into a lightning dragon that tore through the sky. Quick, don't let them escape. Those people in the distance quickly charged over. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian smiled. He came to Bai Susu's side and summoned the dimensional beast. The two of them gradually disappeared. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Gu Feng shot out a spatial canyon that enveloped Lin Xian and Bai Susu. However, he was still a step too late. The two of them disappeared. In the distance, a few figures came over. It's really Gu Feng. Come quickly. I can't let him escape this time. Gu Feng's expression was ugly. He turned around and disappeared. What followed next was a huge pursuit. Finally, Gu Feng was surrounded by more than 10 people again. This time, Bing Ling personally took out a frost enchantment barrier. This barrier was even more terrifying than the one that sealed Lin Xian in ice. This was because Bing Ling took out the Scepter of Ice. This was a great sage artifact formed from the bone of an ice phoenix. It was extremely powerful. Damn it, the Medicine King isn't with me. I've been deceived. It's useless for you to look for me again. Gu Feng snorted coldly. Are you kidding me? You've been deceived? Then, who has the Medicine King? The Ice Phoenix asked. Lin Xian had the Medicine King. Who was Lin Xian? The others frowned. They had never heard of him. Lin Xian had swept through the Path Sect before, but that was only within the Path Sect. People like Bing Ling and the Overlord had already spread their aura to other sects and families. Lin Xian had not reached that stage yet, so it was normal that these people had not heard of him. It was the flaming figure from before. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. He was the mastermind behind the scenes. It was him. Countless people were shocked. They thought of the flaming figure. The other party was indeed very strong. Was he also a new genius? It was really too shocking. Bing Ling snorted coldly. Stop lying. If he was the mastermind, why didn't you say so at that time? Do you think we're easy to fool? Attack! After a huge battle, Gu Feng was so angry that he vomited blood. He was telling the truth, but he could not explain, because everyone saw that he had taken the Medicine King. But the Medicine King was fake, and he could not produce any evidence. Small Knife God charged over and slashed out. He said, "If you want us to believe you, take out your storage room. We want to search your soul." "Impossible," Gu Feng roared. There were many treasures in there, and even his family's secrets. How could he allow others to search? "Since that's the case, you're lying. Attack!" Those people attacked again. Chapter 48:17. Gu Feng was in a miserable state. He was injured soon after, especially Bingling and Small Knife God. Those two were too terrifying. "Damn it. Just you wait. I'll remember this." Gu Feng gritted his teeth. In the next moment, his bloodline burst out. The void mirror replica above his head shone brightly, creating a void passage. "Not good. Don't let him escape." Small Knife God roared. Bingling also used the icebound scepter to the extreme. However, it was useless. Gu Feng's void scripture that he had used to ignite his bloodline had disappeared. Damn it! Everyone shattered the void for millions of miles, but they still couldn't find the other party's figure. He escaped. Bing Ling gritted her teeth. Knife God also frowned, as expected of someone from the monarch race. That was a spatial ability. It was too terrifying. It was easy to injure him, but difficult to kill him. On the other side, Lin Xian and Bai Susu appeared on a plane. Their lips curled up. Lin Xian set up a formation that covered the sky. Then he took out the Medicine King and split it in half. He gave the upper half to Bai Susu. As for the lower half, he kept it. What should they do next? Bai Susu asked. She was very happy after obtaining the Medicine King. She felt that Lin Xian was very reliable. She suggested that they should make another move and continue searching. Lin Xian shook his head. "No, the mission is over. I plan to return." Although there were many spirit veins on the medicine planet, Lin Xian didn't dare to take them. If he took them again, the peerless experts on the medicine planet would make a move. At that time, there might even be sacred masters. It would be very difficult. Therefore, the most important thing was to obtain the world core. Only then could he completely control a world. The power of the entire world would be under his control. He had a world core. It was the Rain Clan's Pisces star. However, it was too far away from the buried Emperor star. Lin Xian couldn't go back now. When he returned to the true spirit world to save Xiajiao, he would go to Pisces star. But now he had to find a new world. All right. Bai Susu nodded in agreement. We tricked Gu Feng, that guy. That fellow definitely won't let this matter rest. We better not be surrounded by the Earth Sex people. The two of them prepared to leave. However, a day later, they were stopped by someone. A few silhouettes walked out from afar. They were brimming with killing intent. One of the elders' eyes emitted an extremely terrifying radiance as he stared at Lin Xian. "It's you. I can feel the blood of the Blue Clan's disciples on you. You've killed people from the Blue race." There was an ancient altar in the old man's hand. It was extremely terrifying. There was a broken jade tablet on it. Clearly, the other party had used a secret technique to look at him. "What's going on?" Bai Susu frowned. She had no idea what had happened to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said that there were a few people who didn't know what was good for them, and I killed them. They should be here for revenge. "Do you need me to do it?" Bai Susu asked. Lin Xian said no need. "I don't care about these people." "How dare you underestimate us?" "Attack!" The leading elder waved his hand, and 4 experts from the Blue race charged over. They turned into ice dragons and covered the sky. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and a Taiji diagram appeared in his hand. Slash! The Taiji diagram flew over and turned into a stream of light, splitting the bodies of the two. At the same time, Lin Xian used the skywalk step and charged in front of the other two. With the man ruler seal in his left hand and the rock seal in his right, he smashed the two into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, the four of them died. Damn it! The elder on the other side was furious. Did the four people he brought die just like that? They were all peak Grand Sage Kings. They had hopes of becoming great sages in the future. Now that they died, his heart was bleeding. You're courting death. He personally charged over. Be careful. This is a veteran great sage. Behind him, Bai Susu's eyelids twitched. She felt a shocking sense of danger. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party was indeed very strong. He was a veteran great sage. The elder charged over, holding a blue divine sword in his hand. He pointed it at the void, and endless cold light flew out from the blade. The sword pierced the world. With one strike, the entire plain was completely sealed. It even spread further into the distance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not dodge. Instead, he charged over. He activated the 9 suns' divine fire to the extreme. It turned into 9 suns that bloomed in the surroundings. The ice near him melted. Then, he slapped the blue divine sword with his palm. With a clang, the divine sword shook. The elder's palm went numb, and the sword almost flew out of his hand. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying physique and strength! He did not expect the person in front of him to be so terrifying. No wonder he could kill so many people from the blue race. Now he was certain that the fallen great sage of the blue race was Lan Mingtian. He was an expert on the saint origin ranking. He had the chance to become a great sage or sacred lord in the future. However, he had actually died. Kill! He roared crazily. The kid in front of him was too terrifying. Since they were enemies, there was no need to keep him alive. Thinking of this, the elder shouted angrily. The coldness in his body exploded. The law of ice wrapped around the divine sword, shaking it continuously. It pierced the sky. Lin Xian used the 9 suns' divine body to fight back. Both sides fought fiercely. He felt a great threat. The elder was indeed a veteran expert. His strength was even more terrifying than the overlord's. The cold ice was even more terrifying than icicles. Let me show you what a real sword technique is. Lin Xian was furious. The 9 suns' divine fire gathered and formed a flaming divine sword. He slashed out with the sword like a fire dragon. Clang! The ice sword and the fire sword collided. The entire sky was shrouded in 2 different forces. Ice soul sword. The sword in the elder's hand burst out with a dazzling light. Obviously, it was not an ordinary weapon. It was a great sage artifact. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You have the combat strength of a great sage, but your foundation is too weak. Let me show you what kind of strength a true great sage should have. He slashed out with his sword, freezing the divine fire in the sky. Then the sword swept out, turning into sword shadows that filled the sky. Lin Xian kept retreating. Not good. Bai Susu became nervous. A great sage with a great sage artifact. It was too terrifying. She wanted to go forward and ask for resources, but Lin Xian said that there was no need. He would do it himself. Lin Xian's face was cold. The elder opposite him laughed. Do it yourself? Kid, even with your companion, the 2 of you are no match for me. What do you have to fight me? Do you know the power of a great sage artifact? As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword again. The flames on Lin Xian's body almost dimmed. Was a great sage artifact that powerful? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the great destruction spear flew out. He grabbed it and slashed down like a divine sword. With a boom, the frost in the sky shattered. Boundless demonic chi swept across the land. In terms of foundation, you are far inferior. Lin Xian was like a resurrected demon god. He attacked powerfully. Chapter 48:18. You actually have such a trump card? The elder was shocked. His face turned cold. Kill! He roared in anger. Terrifying sword chi swept across the area. He would not give Lin Xian another chance. The The biting cold sword qi rushed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was even more terrifying. Like a demon god, he shattered all the icy sword qi. He charged over and beat the elder until he was forced to retreat. Bai Susu was shocked to see the scene. It seemed that Lin Xian had not used his full strength previously. This guy was too terrifying. He could always shock him. Lin Xian looked ahead and said loudly, "You're just SOO. It seems that you won't be my match, even if you live for a few thousand more years. Show me what other trump cards you have. Otherwise, I'll send you to hell." On the other side, the elder's face turned ugly. He was a great sage of the older generation and had a great sage weapon. Even so, he was still not Lin Xian's match. He did not believe that there was such a powerful person in the younger generation. He must get rid of this peerless enemy. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then, the azure ice divine sword in his hand bloomed. The terrifying radiance suddenly enlarged and turned into 1,000 meters long. It slashed down crazily, like a heavenly sword, sealing the sky, sealing the earth. Not good. Bai Susu's face changed drastically. She did not expect this elder to use such terrifying power. It seemed that the older generation was indeed the older generation. They could not be underestimated. Die. The elder on the other side laughed sinisterly. His face turned pale instantly. It was obvious that this sword had used up all his strength. However, the power of this sword was incomparably terrifying. Even a great sage of the same level would die, without a doubt. Lin Xian's face darkened. It seemed that the older generation was indeed powerful. It would be difficult for the younger generation to block such a killing move. However, it was a pity that the other party met him. He waved his hand. The black heaven devouring jar appeared. Then it turned into a huge vortex that swallowed the sky and earth. A black hole appeared in front of him as if it was going to swallow everything. "It's useless. You can't block it at all." The elder sneered. His sword slashed down crazily. It could seal everything. This elder was truly overjoyed. He knew that Lin Xian was a top-notch genius. His talent, strength, and trump cards were all very strong. If Lin Xian grew up, he would be a huge threat to their family. However, it would be great if he died here. He had gotten rid of a danger for his family. Furthermore, he had also taken a fancy to the great sage artifact in the other party's hand. Thinking about it, the other party must have other treasures. If that was the case, Yi Fuqian's harvest would be bountiful. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. As for what that black vortex was, he didn't care. Could the other party contend against him? However, when the sword landed on the black vortex, he was stunned. He realized that the effect he had imagined did not happen. The black vortex seemed to be able to swallow everything. What was that? He really couldn't believe it. Bai Susu also widened her eyes in shock. She had already intended to tell Lin Xian to run away, but before she could even utter a word, Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Then a strange scene occurred. The peerless Shirkill sword had been swallowed. "I told you, you're just SOO." Lin Xian's expression was cold as he walked forward. The heaven-devouring jar released a terrifying aura. Damn it! The elder opposite him turned around and left. That Shirkill attack had used up most of his strength. He was no match for Lin Xian at all. He had to hurry back to inform his family that such a peerless enemy had appeared. "You want to run? Do you think you can?" Lin Xian waved his hand, and the spear of destruction released a terrifying demonic sword qi that directly pierced through the elder's body. Elder Zhang screamed in agony as his blood dyed the sky. Damn it! He ignored his injuries and used all his strength to escape. At the same time, 16 pills flew out of his storage ring and were swallowed by him. However, that was not enough. His eyes were bloodshot because he saw the second sword slash out. This time, the sword transformed into a black dragon and clawed down from the sky. His back was badly mutilated. "Damn brat, I'll remember you. I'll never let you go." The elder roared crazily. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. Damn it, my soul! He was terrified. In that instant, an extremely terrifying soul power surged into his mind. It almost tore his soul apart. Although he didn't die, he was seriously injured. Lin Xian used the skywalk step and quickly chased after him. Old thing, aren't you very arrogant? You still want to use a sure kill attack to kill me. Have you ever thought about what will happen after using a sure kill attack? Elder Zhang's face was ugly. Indeed, if one couldn't kill the enemy with a sure kill attack, then the outcome would be very miserable. For example, he could only be beaten up. However, he was a great sage after all, and a veteran great sage. He used the Ice Frost Divine sword to block in front of him, protecting his vitals. As for the other injuries, he endured them. He swore that he would definitely take revenge. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. The sky-devouring jar flew up and froze the Ice Frost Divine sword. Then, Lin Xian attacked forcefully. Rock Seal. The golden palm condensed into a rock, carrying divine flames that filled the sky as it charged over, enveloping the elder. There were even more cracks on the elder's body. He was charred black, and the smell of barbecued meat wafted out. He was about to be roasted. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and vomited blood, but he didn't dare to fight back. Great, desolate heaven, splitting hand! Lin Xian opened and closed his hands. A large crack tore open, directly turning the elder's legs into a bloody mist. Ah, damn it, I won't let you off. Just as he finished speaking, the primordial demon mountain descended from the sky. This strike shattered his head, and there was no place on his body that was intact. He was really crazy. He wanted to sweep through thousands of years. When did he get beaten up like this? And by a young man. It was over. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and the power in his body erupted again. The great spear of destruction flew out with an extremely terrifying aura of death. No, the elder was finally terrified. He felt that his life was in danger. He tried his best to dodge, but this strike still tore his body into pieces. Fellow Taoists from the medicine sect, please save my life. The Blue Clan will be eternally grateful. The elder's soul roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked again. This attack was definitely enough to kill the elder. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Such a vicious attack at such a young age. A large hand appeared out of thin air and directly shattered the black dragon, Sword Chi. Lin Xian also felt like he was struck by lightning. His pupils constricted, and he used the skywalk step to instantly retreat. The place where he originally stood was shattered. Who is so terrifying? Lin Xian was shocked. This attack was completely beyond that of an ordinary great sage. It was definitely not something that an early stage great sage could do. It was an even more terrifying existence. Bai Susu, who was behind him, was also stunned. Did someone in the mid-stage great sage make a move? This was too terrifying. Ordinary geniuses could fight above their level, but they could only rely on the early stage great sage. However, it was too difficult to fight against a mid-stage great sage. It was basically impossible. Lin Xian, run! He shouted anxiously. Chapter 48:19. The flaming hand circled in the sky. At the same time, a flaming human face appeared and stared at Lin Xian. He was like a god looking down on the ants of the world. Lin Xian looked like he was facing a great enemy. The elder cheered wildly. He said, "Fellow cultivator, help me kill that kid. The blue race is willing to give you a world." The great sage of fire smiled and said, "Don't worry, the medicine sect has always been cooperating with the blue race. It's not a problem to help you." A strange flame appeared in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. The young man below was a genius, but so what? He was much stronger than the elder of the blue race. He was a realm higher than the elder. No matter how talented the other party was, he was no match for him. Moreover, the other party could defeat the great sage of the blue race, which meant that he had many trump cards. He was interested in the other party's weapon and the strange flame on the other party's body. It would be very helpful to him. The great sage thought of many things in an instant. Killing Lin Xian was very beneficial to him. He could also gain the gratitude of the blue race. Why not? Young man, you're too vicious. Let me suppress you. The flaming hand in the sky shone brightly. Lin Xian's face was cold. He snorted. Old thing, do you have the right to lecture me? Previously, he relied on his lifespan of a few thousand years and cultivation base of a great sage to kill me. Wasn't he vicious? You rely on the fact that your cultivation base is much higher than mine to attack a young junior like me. Aren't you vicious? What right do you have to lecture me? What a sharp-tongued kid. However, it was useless to say anything. In the face of absolute strength, everything was futile. The giant hand in the sky fell. Lin Xian, run! Bai Susu shouted angrily. She formed 3 avatars. They attacked together and unleashed a peerless attack. However, they could not block it. Lin Xian snorted. A fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes. So what if the other party was a mid-stage great sage? It was impossible for him to kill him. He activated the heaven-devouring jar with all his strength and formed a terrifying vortex to block the attack. At the same time, he summoned Whitey and infused the power of the great dragon sword spirit into Whitey's body. Go ahead. With the support of the dragon sword spirit, Whitey flew off into the distance and came before the elder of the blue race. The broken body of the elder of the blue tribe was slowly recovering. When he saw that it was a little monkey, he laughed coldly. An ant dares to fight against me? An extremely terrifying, soul-killing intent burst out from his eyes. He turned into a soul sword and charged toward Whitey. The dragon-shaped sword energy on Whitey's body destroyed everything. At the same time, he took out a purple gourd. The power of the great dragon sword spirit that Lin Xian had given him had all entered the purple gourd. Oh, baby, please turn around. Whitey's voice resounded in the air as a purple flying sword flew out of the gourd. With the power of the great dragon sword spirit, it seemed to have transformed into a purple dragon that instantly pierced through everything. Puff! Heaven and earth froze at this moment. The soul of the elder of the blue clan stopped in midair and gradually extinguished. This was impossible. He couldn't believe that he would be killed by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! The great sage of flame roared. Another flaming palm scratched Whitey. Whitey quickly retreated. Where are you going? He stared at the purple gourd with bloodshot eyes. To be able to destroy the soul of a great sage in one move, this gourd was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. It might even be the legendary item. He had to get it. Whitey returned to Lin Xian's side and slapped 2 large palms toward Lin Xian. The boundless vortex was also constantly being shattered. Although the heaven-devouring jar was half an extreme weapon, it was related to the strength of the user. The strength of the old man in front of him was too terrifying. Even the heaven-devouring jar could only protect itself. Lin Xian retreated with a pale face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, tell me your name. I'll kill you one day." "You," the old man in the sky sneered. Gradually he condensed into a figure. "Remember, I'm the great sage of flame. When you go to hell, don't tell me the wrong name." After saying that, he laughed sinisterly and slapped his palms again. "Medicine sect, great sage of flame. I'll remember you. One day, I'll let you go to the 18 levels of hell." After saying that, a void beast appeared beside Lin Xian. It condensed into a space channel and disappeared in an instant. The large flaming hand fell, shattering heaven and earth. However, he was long gone. "Space transmission? You can't escape." The great sage of flame roared angrily. The boundless law of fire condensed and charged toward the distance. Blazing red lotus. The law of fire in the sky condensed into countless flaming lotuses. They opened up between heaven and earth. The void shattered, and even the spatial passageway that Lin Xian had created cracked. One could only imagine how terrifying the other party was. What should I do? Bai Susu, who was next to him, also had an ugly expression. Lin Xian said, "Protect me." He used all his strength, summoned the great dragon sword soul, and slashed toward the sky. The blazing red lotus in the sky shattered like a mirror and scattered on the ground. How is that possible? The great sage of flame was stunned. Does the other party still have a trump card to contend with me? When he wanted to chase after him, he found that the other party had already disappeared. Detestable brat, I won't let you escape from the medicine planet. He was prepared to mobilize the power of the medicine sect to search for him and even seal the entire star realm. Buzz! In the starry sky, a few figures appeared. It was Lin Xian and the others. Bai Susu looked at the stars in the sky in surprise. Did he leave? She couldn't believe it. To be honest, she had already prepared for the worst. Even if she was captured by the other party, she would risk her life to protect Lin Xian. Because her parents' identities were not ordinary, the other party would definitely give them face. However, before she could do anything, Lin Xian had already left. She was surprised. What was that attack just now? Could it block the blazing red lotus that filled the sky? On the other side, his face was pale. He took out a 10,000-year-old spirit herb and swallowed it. He said, "Let's go." They entered the black earth and flew quickly. Bai Susu's heart ached. That was a 10,000-year-old spirit herb, and you just ate it like that. Lin Xian said, "So what? It's a dead elder of the blue tribe anyway. It's a waste not to eat it." When Little White killed the elder's soul, it also took the elder's storage ring. It was a pity that the great sage weapon had a spirit and flew away. Otherwise, they would have another great sage weapon. Xiaobai nodded too. She took out more spiritual fruits from the elder's storage ring and started eating them. It was very happy. Bai Susu's heart ached even more. This little monkey is eating too extravagantly. Even I don't have such treatment. But Little White was too cute. She looked at Little White and smiled. "Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You've done a great job this time." Little White's eyes narrowed into crescents. It stretched out its little paw. "I'm good. Give me some spirit fruits." Bai Susu was so angry that she found it funny. "All right, I'll give it all to you." They heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't know that in the starry sky not far from them, there was another spirit ship flying quickly. Chapter 48:20. Inside the spirit boat. Gu Feng's face was cold, and there was still blood on his body. He gritted his teeth and said, "The king medicine I got is fake. The real one is with Lin Xian. I swear it on the honor of my family." Beside him were the experts of the Earth sect, and the Overlord was there as well. Their faces were cold and gloomy. The conqueror's brows furrowed tightly. "You're saying that the flaming figure I fought with was Lin Xian?" "That's right, it was him." Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. According to Gu Feng, Lin Xian and Gu Feng were of the same age. Compared to the tyrant and the others, he was a little smaller. Such a person was a little too heaven-defying. Was the 9-yang divine body already so terrifying? Gu Feng gritted his teeth and said, not only did he have the 9-yang divine body, but he also had many fortuitous encounters. He was also the descendant of the great dragon, and his fighting strength was unparalleled. The legendary Great Dragon Sword. Everyone from the Earth sect sucked in a breath of cold air, and even the Overlord's eyes shone with a cold light. No wonder he was suppressed in the competition. Once he became the successor of the Great Dragon, his every move would be imbued with unparalleled combat prowess. Interesting. I'll remember this Lin Xian. However, so what if he's the successor of the Great Dragon and the successor of the 9 Sons? The prodigies of the tyrants swept through everything. He has a lot of trump cards. But after my cultivation grows stronger, if the gap in our cultivation continues to widen, suppressing him won't be a problem at all, other than comparing their talents and trump cards. These geniuses were also comparing their cultivation speed. Once they were able to break through a cultivation state, they would be able to stand above all the other geniuses. It was even possible that he could completely trample the others under his feet. All right, since you're so heavily injured this time, you should hurry up and recover. The Overlord looked at Gu Feng, his eyes flickering. Although they were from the same sect, he was still secretly on guard against Gu Feng. After all, the other party was from the Earth sect and had cultivated an imperial scripture. Once the other party was given the opportunity to grow, it was very likely that the other party would surpass him. Gu Feng swallowed the medicinal pill as he prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate. However, he suddenly turned cold and looked at the starry sky outside. What's wrong? The tyrant was puzzled. Gu Feng said that there was a spirit boat up ahead, so let's go and take a look. I keep feeling that it's somewhat familiar. With a wave of the Overlord's hand, the spirit boat changed its direction and accelerated. When they got closer, Gu Feng suddenly stood up and said, "That spirit boat belonged to Lin Xian. They are also on their way back. Catch them quickly." The crowd was in an uproar. The tyrant looked forward, his eyes emitting a cold radiance. "Are you sure?" Gu Feng nodded. He couldn't be wrong. He had met Lin Xian more than once or twice, so he was very familiar with Lin Xian's trump cards and the weapons he often used. That spirit boat belonged to the other party. Interesting, I can make my move now. The Overlord's eyes lit up, and the other's eyes turned red as well. In this vast universe, if he were to kill the other party and steal the other party's treasures, the people of the Dao sect would probably not know about it. These people moved out quickly. In the spirit boat ahead, Lin Xian frowned. He abruptly looked behind him. Someone was catching up. Run. He sped up the black earth. Bai Susu wondered if they were from the medicine sect. Or were they from the earth sect? He also looked carefully. Then he said that it was the Overlord's spirit boat. They were from the earth sect. The two parties, one in front and one behind, started a chase in the universe. At the back, Gu Feng gritted his teeth. "Oh no, we were discovered." The Overlord said, "So what if we were discovered?" "Attack!" The spirit boat emitted a terrifying radiance, turning into a divine sword and moving forward. The array on the black earth flickered as it continuously traveled through space. The two of them chased one after the other. At the back, Gu Feng gritted his teeth, took out a few 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and ate them. He said, "Everyone, I'm going to use my spatial mystique to travel through space with you. However, my power is limited. When I get close, I'll need you to attack." The Overlord nodded. "Let's move then." The spatial aura on Gu Feng's body became more and more terrifying. He directly shattered the void, forming a spatial tunnel, and charged forward. In an instant, he was near the black earth. The Overlord and the others reached out and grabbed. The black earth shook, and Bai Susu's expression changed. She waved her hand, and a small umbrella flew out from between her eyebrows. The power of wind and thunder surrounded it. The wind and thunder umbrella flew out of the black earth and continued to expand, enveloping a part of the world to block the palm of the Overlord and the others. Lin Xian was surprised. This wind and thunder umbrella was not ordinary. It was actually a great sage artifact. It seemed that Bai Susu's identity was more terrifying than he had imagined. However, at this moment, other than the Overlord, there were also many experts from the Earth sect. Even if Bai Susu used a great sage artifact, she would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, those people would probably use their great sage artifacts soon. Gu Feng and the Overlord definitely had them. As expected, the void mirror flew out and fought against the wind and thunder umbrella. The wind and thunder umbrella seemed to be frozen. The power of wind and thunder on it directly shattered the void, and the two fought against each other. On the Overlord's side, a huge cauldron appeared. It seemed to have turned into a sky and pressed down. It was also a great sage artifact. It seemed that it wanted to completely suppress the Black Earth. At the critical moment, Lin Xian took out the heaven-devouring jar and created an endless black vortex to block the heaven transformation cauldron. Moreover, the heaven-devouring jar became more and more terrifying. The black vortex completely turned into a black hole. Damn it, what is this thing? It actually blocked my heaven transformation cauldron. The overlord was surprised. Gu Feng, who was beside him, also gritted his teeth. He wanted to use a divine ability, but he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Previously, he was besieged by so many experts and was seriously injured. However, the black hole in front of him was boundlessly terrifying. It cut off the world. Finally, the Black Earth disappeared. Behind, the Overlord and the others gritted their teeth and continued to search. Great. Bai Susu heaved a sigh of relief. Then she took out the formation. Our Void Gate is nearby. Entering the Void Gate and teleporting back to Holy Abyss City should be much easier. Next, they used the formation to communicate with the starry sky coordinates in the universe. A spatial gate opened. The Black Earth began to teleport. Then it disappeared. Not long after, the Overlord and the others also opened the spatial gate and disappeared. When the two spirit ships appeared, they had already arrived at Holy Abyss City and were still chasing. Bai Susu gritted her teeth. Damn it, these guys are too arrogant. They're already back and they still won't give up? But fortunately, Lin Xian and she both had trump cards, so the other party couldn't do anything. When they arrived at the Dao sect, Bai Susu sneered. Then she flew out and shouted coldly, People of the Earth sect, you're too arrogant. Do you want to attack us? Do you really think the Dao sect is just a decoration? Her voice traveled into the Dao sect. The people in the Dao sect were shocked. Someone dares to attack the people of the Dao sect, and it's the people of the Earth sect. What's the meaning of this? Are they trying to turn the world upside down? In an instant, countless figures rushed out of the Dao sect. Chapter 48:21. It's Senior Sister Bai. Senior Sister Bai is back. Senior Sister Bai is being hunted down by the Earth sect. Damn it. Those people rushed over and stared at the spirit boat. The Overlord frowned. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Damn it, we were so close. Can we make a move? Who is that woman? He stared at Bai Susu. If there's no other way, I'll kill her. The Overlord shook his head. Don't touch her. If you dare to hurt her in front of the True Path sect, you'll die a horrible death. Her name is Bai Susu. Her parents are both great sages and elders of the sect. They live in the core region. If you kill her, you'll be challenging the True Path sect's authority. The Overlord shook his head. Then he walked out and said, You're lucky this time. You won't be so lucky the next time we meet. Let's go. He turned around and left on the spirit boat. Bai Susu heaved a sigh of relief. With this king herb, her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The next time they meet, it's hard to say who will be the unlucky one. She looked at the people behind her and said, Thank you, senior brothers and junior brothers, for your help. Now that the danger is over, everyone can go back. With that, she entered the spirit boat with a smile. Let's go, kid. Lin Xian controlled the spirit boat and flew in. Everyone thought that it was Bai Susu's spirit boat. They didn't know that the person inside was Lin Xian. Otherwise, it would cause another uproar. In fact, the people from the Dragon Palace might even come and attack. When they arrived above the spiritual abode, Bai Susu walked out and said, All right, I have to go back and cultivate. Let's work together next time. Susu waved her hand and was about to leave, but soon she flew back. All right, I forgot to ask you. I plan to use this king herb with other spirit herbs to make a cauldron of pills. Of course, I won't do it myself. I'll let my parents do it together. They're both great sages. Do you need it? If you need it, I'll take your share with you. When the time comes, I'll refine the pill and send it to you. As for the fee, there's no need. This time, it's all thanks to you that I was able to obtain half a stalk of the king herb. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect her parents to be great sages. Moreover, it seemed that they were most likely from the Tao sect. This little girl's identity was really not ordinary. He smiled and said, "There's no need. I don't want to use this king medicine to refine pills for the time being. However, if I need it, I won't be polite. Also, are you interested in joining the Divine Palace?" If Lin Xian's guess was right, the other party's parents could very well be elders. If they were to add the other party into their lineup, they would definitely be able to deal with the other party. In that case, it was equivalent to them gaining an elder-level backer. This was extremely beneficial for the three of them to develop in the Tao sect. Bai Susu smiled and said, "Are you inviting me? But I have to think about it. I'll answer you next time we meet." She waved and left. Lin Xian kept the black earth and entered the mansion below. After entering, Yuren walked out and exclaimed, "Big brother Lin, you're back." Lin Xian nodded. "Are there still any empty cultivation rooms? Give me one." Soon, he entered the cultivation room and sat down cross-legged. First, he recovered his strength to its peak. Then he entered the mysterious world in his body. At this moment, there were 4 spirit veins in the mysterious world. The small valley formed by them had also changed. The 4 supreme-grade spirit veins had become very small, turning into small hills, dim and lifeless. The 4 spirit beasts were roaring crazily. Damn it! When they saw Lin Xian walking over, they couldn't wait to kill him and tear him to pieces. However, they didn't have the strength to do so now. Lin Xian stood on the small hill and looked at the soil in the valley. His lips curled into a smile. He realized that the soil was starting to glow. Not bad. Although the area was small, if he could really restore the soil, it would be very useful. Lin Xian had kept half of the King of Medicine so that he could plant it here. "Damn brat, let us out if you have the guts. Let's fight one-on-one." The spirit tiger roared. Lin Xian looked at them and said, "Looks like you guys won't die anytime soon. Don't worry. Although I'm borrowing your strength now, once this world fully recovers, you guys will be the ones to benefit. I promise that after you follow me, I can let you absorb the energy of this world and turn you into divine beasts." "Brat, who are you trying to fool?" The spirit dragon also roared. This world was so desolate, it wouldn't recover even in 10,000 years. The spirit turtle snorted. "Even if the 4 of us are sucked dry, we can only restore a small piece of land. There are countless worlds in this world. How many spirit veins do you plan to use? How many worlds do you want to conquer with your strength?" One had to know that even on Medicine Star, there weren't many spirit veins like theirs. After all, they had existed for countless years and had formed souls. It was definitely rare. If it weren't for this brat's strange methods, they wouldn't have been suppressed. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "How would I know if I don't try?" He entered the small valley. After checking the condition of the ground, he nodded. It was indeed much better than before. At least it wouldn't absorb the energy of spirit herbs anymore. He took out half of the Herb King and planted it in the small valley. Because half of the Herb King was lost, it was originally dim. However, after planting it, it bloomed with light. The Tao on it also lit up. This made Lin Xian very satisfied. The spirit tiger was called Roar. "Damn, brat, what do you take us for? Flower pots! You want us to cultivate spirit herbs for you? Damn it!" The spirit sparrow gritted its teeth. It wanted to eat the Herb King. Lin Xian didn't care. He had set up a formation around the Herb King. Once it was attacked, he would know immediately. He said, "The 4 of you have worked hard. If you cooperate with me, I will help you recover one day. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your souls." The 4 spirit beasts stopped talking and fell silent. With his methods, it would be easy for him to destroy them now. After all, they had no power. Seeing that the 4 of them had fallen silent, Lin Xian smiled. "Stay here. Oh, right, I'll give your valley a name. It'll be called the 4-Spirit Mountain." Lin Xian left the valley and began to cultivate outside the valley. There was 100 times more pressure here. Whether it was training his physique or cultivating the heavenly walk step, they were all very effective. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate again. When he was resting, he took out many storage rings and began to organize his spoils of war. This time, he had gained a lot from his trip to Medicine Star. In addition to the Herb King, Lin Xian also obtained many spirit herbs. There were many 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. In addition, he also obtained the storage rings of some experts and supreme sages that he had killed. There were also many natural treasures inside. Lin Xian organized them all. Chapter 48:22. The Blue Clan. The atmosphere was unusually cold. They had suffered heavy losses on this trip to the Medicine Star. Not only had many young geniuses died, but even a few great saints had died. One of them was Lan Mingtian, an expert on the honor roll. The people of the Blue Clan were mad with anger. Who was the culprit? They weren't doing well in Holy Abyss City either. The death of Lan Zilu from the True Path sect had also made them look gloomy. Lan Jiu returned to her clan and asked them to send experts to assassinate Lin Xian. She had to avenge her brother. However, the Blue Clan frowned. That kid is from the True Path sect. We can't go there. Unless you lure him out, then we can make a move. I understand. Lan Jiu nodded. She could only do it outside the True Path sect. She prepared to leave. When she left, she saw Bing Ling return. Bing Ling looked down at Lan Jiu and said coldly, I heard that your useless brother died. What a joke. You're a disgrace to the clan. What did you say? Lan Jiu roared. Her eyes were red. Bing Ling glanced at her and said coldly, I heard that the one who did it was a newcomer like you. Don't you think that you and your sister's talents are a little too lacking? Damn it. Lan Jiu gritted her teeth. She stared at Bing Ling and said, I'll prove it to you. One day I'll surpass you. I'll be the strongest in the clan. What a joke. Ignorant aunt. Bing Ling shook her head and left, ignoring her. Compared to her, they were too far apart. If the other party had the ancient body, it might be possible. Lan Jiu's talent was strong, but it wasn't as good as hers. So Bing Ling didn't care. Lan Jiu, on the other hand, left with a dejected expression. She couldn't compare to Bing Ling in the clan. It seemed that she could only ask for help from the True Path sect. The Dragon Prince. She thought of someone. He had the ancient body and was also the son of the Dragon Sea Lord. He was also one of the leaders of the Dragon Palace. If he could walk to the other party's side, then the resources and power he would obtain would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lan Jiu gritted her teeth and went to find her father to discuss. Her father was a middle-aged man. His face was cold. He said that our bloodline will fully support you. This is a world core, and I'll give it to you now. You can use the resources inside to find connections in the Dragon Palace. If we can get the Dragon Crown Prince's support, all our efforts will be rewarded. Lan Jiu obtained the realm core and left. She swore that she would definitely kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't know about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. Not to mention Lan Jiu. The entire Dragon Palace was his target. When the time came, he would trample everything under his feet. The blue race was no exception. When he came out of the mysterious world, he realized that it had been almost 2 months. This made him cry out in alarm. Oh no, it was too late. He remembered that he had an agreement with the Fire Dragon Lady to have her wait in the Sacred Abyss Tower for a month. I wonder if he's still around? Lin Xian hurried to the mission hall and took out 3 10,000-year-old herbs to complete the mission. This way, when the time came to refine the pills, he would get a third of it. Then he hurriedly left the Dao sect and went to the Sacred Abyss Tower. There weren't many people in the Sacred Abyss Tower, but there was a fiery red figure nearby. It was a woman with shocking flames and a terrifying bloodline. The passers-by all looked over. Was this a new challenger? But what was surprising was that this fiery woman never seemed to enter the Sacred Abyss Tower. Every day, She would only stand outside the sacred abyss tower for a period of time before leaving. Just like that, it had been more than half a month. No one knew who she was waiting for. This figure was naturally the Fire Dragon Lady. After the Fire Dragon Lady left the Medicine Star, she came with a World Star as promised. However, it had been almost 2 months, and she still hadn't seen Lin Xian. This surprised her. Did he forget? Impossible. It was such an important matter. There was another possibility, which was that he had fallen in the Medicine Star. Thinking of this possibility, she was even more shocked. She knew how terrifying he was. Who could make such a person fall? Could it be that a terrifying veteran great saint had made a move? She didn't know. She decided to wait for another half a month. After half a month, if the other party still didn't appear, she would leave. You're waiting here every day. At least you keep your word. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind her. The Fire Dragon Lady's hair stood on end. This familiar voice belonged to the other party. The other party had come. She turned around and saw a man in a black robe walking over with a smile. "It's you." The Fire Dragon Lady was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. "You were waiting for me. Why are you so surprised? You didn't think that I had fallen after waiting for so long, right?" The Fire Dragon Lady's face turned pale. She felt that her thoughts had been seen through in an instant. She quickly shook her head. "How could that be? I was just surprised. Why did you come so late?" "You don't need to know." Lin Xian asked, "Did you bring the thing?" The Fire Dragon Lady nodded. She took out a treasure box and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian opened it and found that it was a world core. He asked, "Which world is it from?" "It shouldn't be too far from the buried Emperor Star, right?" The Fire Dragon Lady said, "It's not far. If I fly at the speed of a great sage, I can reach it in 10 days. Since we don't have much time, come with me." Lin Xian waved his hand and enveloped the Fire Dragon Lady. The two of them rose into the air and left the buried Emperor Star. They entered the Black Earth ship and started to fly at full speed. The Fire Dragon Lady was very nervous. After all, Lin Xian had easily killed a great sage. How could she not be worried when she was with such a person? But fortunately, after a few days, she found that Lin Xian's life was very simple. Other than cultivation, it was cultivation. No wonder he was so strong. He was already so heaven-defying. But he didn't give up on every moment of cultivation. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. She began to cultivate. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He looked at the flame planet outside. His eyes flickered. It should be here. That's right. This was the Dragon Flame planet. The flames on it were very terrifying. There were some precious metal veins, god crystals, spirit veins, and so on. It wasn't suitable for humans or beasts to live in. "Are you satisfied?" Lin Xian landed, feeling the terrifying flames around him. The corners of his mouth curled up. He was very satisfied. If there were martial artists and beasts living here, he wouldn't know what to do. But if there were only resources, it couldn't be better. After circling around this world, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He wondered what would happen if he absorbed the power of this world into the mysterious world. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 48:23. Next, Lin Xian let Fire Dragon Girl leave. He stayed in this world alone. Lin Xian felt that he had perfect control of the Dragon Flame world after fusing with the world core. In the next moment, he sat cross-legged on the ground and opened the mysterious sword world. Boom! This time, he wanted to completely fuse the Dragon Flame world with the sword world. The Dragon Flame world shook violently, and cracks appeared in the surrounding space. The sword world was extremely calm, but the sky suddenly darkened. 4 Spirit Valley. The 4 spirit veins were shocked. They raised their heads and exclaimed, "What happened? Was the sky falling and the earth splitting? Haha, that's great. We can use this opportunity to leave." They were incomparably happy. However, not long after, they realized that it was not the case. A huge force was still acting on their surroundings. They could not escape at all. The black shadow in the sky shocked them. They saw that it seemed to be a world pressing down from the sky. No way! What was that kid doing? Could it be that he swallowed a world? Boom! The entire process was very slow. In the end, there was no way to continue. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that it was impossible for him to swallow a world with his current strength. He took a deep breath and took out the heaven-swallowing jar. He wanted to borrow the power of an extreme weapon. The heaven-swallowing jar could even swallow heaven and earth. Swallowing a world was not a problem. As expected, the heaven-swallowing jar kept growing. Lin Xian controlled it with all his strength. This time, the dragon flame world was slowly swallowed up. But even so, it still took nearly a year. For the past year, Lin Xian had been controlling the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow the dragon flame world. The dragon flame world was swallowed and then entered the mysterious world. The entire dragon flame world was incomparably red. It turned into a flaming star that hung above the 9 heavens. The aura that fell down scattered all over the earth. Of course, Lin Xian was only targeting the vicinity of the 4 Spirit Valley. Therefore, the 4 spirit veins instantly felt a powerful force coming from the sky. Everything became different. Damn, is this a star? He really refined a world into a star. This kid is crazy. What is he trying to do? Standing on the buried Emperor star and looking up at the stars in the sky. Those stars were one world after another. However, they were all based on the universe. Now, this guy had placed all the worlds in a mysterious world. Is he trying to create a new universe? Who cares? Anyway, we can absorb the power that falls down formed from the flames. The 4 spirit veins were happy. But compared to this mysterious world, they absorbed a pitiful amount. Most of the power was absorbed by the mysterious sword world. Below the valley, the pill, the Medicine King's great Tao technique became even brighter. Even the upper half of his body that had been cut off began to regrow. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he came in. Next, his goal was to collect other world. If there was a day when he could completely restore the vitality of this mysterious world, then it would be of great use to him. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't take long for the Pill King to recover. Then he would swallow the Pill King and see if he could break through. Lin Xian needed too much power. Even after such a long period of cultivation, he was still unable to break through. Logically speaking, even with the Pill King, he might not be able to break through. However, it would be different if the Pill King was grown in the mysterious world. It has been more than a year. I wonder how the Tao sect is doing? Lin Xian walked out of the sword world and returned to the buried Emperor Star. When he arrived at the Tao sect, he discovered that there were more people in the Tao sect. Clearly, the test this time had begun. A few more geniuses had entered. Among them, he discovered 2 familiar faces. Dan Feng, Mortal Star. The 2 of them had indeed come from Taiching Ancient City. Lin Xian was happy. Not only were the 2 of them strong, but they were also top alchemists. In the future, they could become the Divine Union's exclusive alchemists. This way, the strength of the Divine Union's members would increase even faster. There were more people in the Divine Union now. After all, Lin Xian had fought a great battle and even killed the Dragon Prince's clone embodiment. This had shocked countless people. Therefore, some people had joined. However, there were only about 20 people in total. This was much less than expected. After all, the Dragon Palace was still a huge entity. Whoever dared to join the Divine Union would be challenging the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, these 20 people had different motives. Some were curious. Some wanted to obtain the Divine Union's support and resources. There were even some spies who had joined. They were probably spies sent by the Dragon Palace. Indeed, someone had come to cause trouble on this day. He said coldly, "We are the first batch to join the Dragon Palace. You should give us a lot of resources. Why don't you give us more now?" The person who had spoken was a man carrying a spear on his back. His eyes were piercingly cold. He said, "Aren't the two leaders very powerful?" One of them claimed to be a genius of the dragon race, while the other was a heaven-defying powerhouse. "The two of you have mastered so many mystic abilities. Why don't you give us some?" That was right. The other person had also arrived. He was carrying a huge axe on his back. Clearly, he was a strength-type powerhouse. Hand over the mystic abilities of the dragon race. If we are powerful, the Divine Union will be powerful too. Damn it! Were these people crazy? What wishful thinking! Nalin Liang gritted his teeth. Hong Yi, Lu Yuan, and the others also had cold looks on their faces. The Crimson Dragon walked out and sneered. "You want my mystic abilities? What have you done for the Divine Union? We are also top-notch geniuses. Is this how the Divine Union treats geniuses?" The two of them sneered and then looked at the other 10 people. "I think we should leave. There is no future in the Divine Union." "That's right. We might as well join the Dragon Palace. Even the lowest level of the Dragon Palace is better than here." Damn it! Lu Yuan and the others gritted their teeth. The Crimson Dragon also had a cold look on his face. It was obvious that the people from the Dragon Palace were here to cause trouble. "Do you believe that I will slap you to death?" The toad jumped out. The two of them sneered. "Why? Does the Divine Union want to suppress us by force? It seems like we can't stay in the Divine Union anymore." The Crimson Dragon and the others' faces changed when they heard this. What should they do? These people were very anxious. If the first batch of people left, who would come to the Divine Union in the future? At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and said to the two of them, "How dare the two of you call yourselves top-notch geniuses? What a joke. Even if you want to stay in the Divine Union, I don't want you. Scram! What did you say? Do you dare to question our strength?" The two of them were furious. They looked at the people around them and said, "Did you see that? This is how the Divine Union treats geniuses. Do you think there is a need to stay here?" Chapter 48:24. The surrounding people were also in an uproar as they discussed. If the Divine Union did not value them, what was the point of them being here? Lin Xian snorted coldly. "The Divine Union naturally needs geniuses. However, the two of you are just trash. How dare you call us trash?" The two of them were furious. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Why? Do you want to fight me?" The two of them narrowed their eyes. The man with the giant axe on his back said, "We all know how strong you are. It's impossible for everyone to be on par with you." The man with the long spear on his back also said, "That's right. Could it be that you want to use your power to bully others?" Lin Xian smiled. "Why? Are you afraid? Don't worry. The two of you are not worthy of me taking action. Don't you call yourselves geniuses? I don't think you are even ants. I don't need to take action. I can find 2 newcomers who have just joined the Path sect to deal with you. Are you looking down on us?" The two of them were furious. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent a message to the people in the mansion. Not long after, 2 figures walked out. It was Dan Feng and Fan Xing. Some of you should know these two. They are newcomers who have just passed the test. Indeed, someone in the crowd nodded. "I have heard of these two. They have shown extraordinary strength. They are indeed newcomers." In front, the man with the huge axe said, "You want 2 newcomers to fight me?" What kind of joke was this? They felt that they had been underestimated. The powerhouse with the long spear said, "We will be merciless. Although we won't take their lives, it won't be a problem to make them lie in bed for 8 to 10 years. Are you sure you want to take action?" Dan Feng walked out and said, "Cut the crap. Let's see who will lie in bed for 8 to 10 years. She waved her hand and charged towards the man with the long spear. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The man snorted and his spear shot out like a dragon. However, The red phoenix's palm turned into a furnace that suppressed the heavens and the earth and burned everything. It directly suppressed the long spear. The heat from the long spear caused the man's palm to burn and turn into a bloody mist. Damn it, how could this be? This flame? The powerhouse's face turned ugly. The red phoenix palm formed a seal once more and slapped a palm onto the furnace. Clang! The divine furnace opened, and the fire laws danced in the air like a volcano enveloping the world. In front of him, the man roared madly. His entire body was melting. Stop, I admit defeat. Dan Fong snorted coldly and sent him flying with a palm strike. Top genius? How laughable! Her voice shocked countless people. Was this really a prodigy who had just entered? It was too terrifying. Or was it that the spear-wielding man was too weak? At this moment, Fan Xing walked over and stared at the man with the giant axe. Let's do it. The man with the giant axe had a gloomy expression on his face, but he knew that there was no way he could retreat under the gazes of more than 10 people. He would fight with his honor. Kill. He gripped the axe with both hands and chopped down with all his might. Within the manor, endless storms were torn apart. The entire world shook. Inside the divine dwellings, there were countless formations that protected everyone's lives. Otherwise, someone would have been seriously injured by this attack. The axe was capable of splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. It contained the power of shocking thunder. The expressions of the two types of people changed. It had to be said that the other party was really strong. The others also started to worry for Fan Xing. In the face of this attack, Fan Xing's expression was calm. His palms glowed as he kept forming seals. Countless stars were condensed into a furnace. The sky instantly darkened as if stars were flickering. Then they fell. Every single one of them was like lightning. The laws on them were very terrifying, piercing through heaven and earth. Boom, boom. A streak of star fire landed on the giant axe and was split apart by the giant axe with a deafening sound. However, there were too many starfire. There were at least 10 million souls. In the end, the giant axe was drowned. This giant axe was a terrifying sacred artifact, but at this moment it was burning and melting. The burly man was pierced by the starfire, and more than 10 wounds appeared on his body. He vomited blood and flew backward. Fan Xing retracted his palm, and the starfire that filled the sky disappeared. He said, "You're just I don't think you're qualified to join the divine dwellings." The surrounding people were shocked. Was the battle over so quickly? These two people were also powerhouses who had joined for several years. Their strength was terrifying, but were they really unable to defeat two newcomers who had just entered? The toad jumped out and laughed loudly. "Did you see that? You two ants, do you think you're qualified to come here? Go back and tell your master that if he dares to send more spies, I'll destroy you." The two of them ran away like stray dogs. Lu Yuan and the others laughed loudly. The others were shocked. Spies? Could these two people have been sent by the Dragon Palace? A few of them narrowed their eyes. Had their identities been discovered? Lin Xian stood up and looked at the remaining people. If they wanted to join the Divine Union, they had to at least have the strength and talent of these two newcomers. Furthermore, although the Divine Union did not restrict them, they had to be loyal once they joined. Those who dared to betray the Divine Union would be killed without mercy. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and filled with killing intent. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to split apart, and many of them broke out in cold sweat. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden radiance that enveloped the dozen people like a magic lamp. He said, "I know that there are more spies than these two. There are more among you. I'll give you a chance. If you want to leave now, leave immediately. Those who stay will be members of the Divine Union in the future. Once you join the Divine Union, you will be brothers forever. You can't betray us." The moment Lin Xian finished speaking, 3 more people left. They were very fast and escaped in an instant. Obviously, the 3 of them were also spies. Lin Xian ignored them and looked at the remaining 9 people. He asked, "Are you guys not leaving?" The 9 of them replied, "No, we are willing to follow you." "Great." Lin Xian nodded and laughed heartily. "The 9 of you are the first batch to join the Divine Union, regardless of your current talent or strength. The Divine Union will do its best to train you. We will let you fight for the top 30 on the stars list in a short time." "Thank you, young master." They were overjoyed. They knew that they had made the right decision this time. Lin Xian looked around again and said loudly, "Although the Divine Union is in urgent need of recruitment, not everyone can join. From now on, the Dragon Hall will be established. The Crimson Dragon will be the leader. The Unparalleled Hall will be established. The Fu Hongye will be the leader. The Elixir Hall will be established. The Dan Feng will be the leader. The Sacred Hall will also be established. I will temporarily be the Hall Master." When each hall recruited members, they would be divided into ordinary members and core members. There would be a corresponding promotion system. The core members of each hall would be able to enter the spiritual palace. At the moment, Lin Xian had finally laid out all the plans of the Divine Union. The Dragon Hall would be handed over to the Crimson Dragon. He would be in charge of gathering demonic beasts, strange beasts, and the 10,000 ancient tribes. The Unparalleled Hall was naturally to commemorate Unparalleled City. Lin Xian was a member of Unparalleled City. One day, he would make Unparalleled City appear again. At the moment, the Unparalleled Hall would be handed over to Fu Hongye and the others to recruit outstanding human disciples. As for the Sacred Hall, it was naturally the one that had been in the quintessential world. Lin Xian felt that the quintessential world and the buried Emperor Star were very mysterious. One day, this passage would be opened. This would allow the traffic between the two sides to be smoother. He had established the Divine Union not only to resist the Dragon Palace, but also to resist the 10,000 Dragon Court and the Purple Mansion. One day, the Divine Union would be above the myriad realms. Chapter 48:25. The news of Lin Xian getting rid of the spies spread through the Path Sect and caused quite a stir. Some people said that this kid was quite ambitious. Others said that it was useless. As long as the Dragon Palace was around, they would never allow the Divine Union to grow. Sending spies was just the beginning. There would be more and more powerful attacks to deal with the Divine Union. The people from the Dragon Palace looked gloomy. However, they did not have the time to deal with the Divine Union. After all, there was going to be a grand banquet in the Path Sect. When the time came, they would have to challenge and fight. The Patriarch of the Path Sect would also attend the banquet. If they could catch the eye of the Patriarch and be accepted as a disciple, they would soar. Then they would be able to soar. They would obtain 10 or even 100 times more cultivation resources than they currently had. They would be able to receive the personal guidance of the Sacred Master and even enter the core area of the Path Sect to cultivate. When that happened, it would be easy for them to annihilate the Divine Union. The Divine Union continued to proceed in an orderly manner. After a few halls were established, the Crimson Dragon, Fu Hongye, and the others started to recruit members. Lin Xian had nothing to do. When he had nothing to do, he would enter the Sword World to see how the Medicine King was doing. He would also accept a few missions in exchange for the right to enter the Mystic Ability Valley and cultivate some of the Path Sect's ultimate mystic abilities. One day, Lin Xian received news that the 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs he had taught had already been refined into elixir pills by the great sage. He would be able to obtain a third of them. Lin Xian went to the mission hall and retrieved the elixir pills. After swallowing them, he started to cultivate. Before long, a voice was heard outside. "You are finally back. After disappearing for more than a year, I thought that you had perished outside." A grumbling voice was heard. Lin Xian opened his eyes and smiled. It was Miss Bai. Bai Susu said, "Are we not that unfamiliar?" "I am about to join the Divine Union, yet this is how you address me? Call me Susu from now on." Lin Xian smiled when he heard this. Did this mean that she had agreed to join the divine union? This was really good news. I do have this thought, but you have to come with me before that. Where to? Lin Xian was puzzled. Bai Susu said, to see my parents. Lin Xian was stunned. He had only asked her to join the divine union, not to marry her. Was he going to meet her parents so soon? Bai Susu's face reddened as she glared at Lin Xian. You're spouting nonsense. My parents are both elders of the Tao sect. They also want to see exactly who you are, the person who has recently caused a storm in the Tao sect. Who knows? He might even give you some pointers. Really? That's great. Let's go. Lin Xian was also delighted. He could finally meet these elders. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards the Tao sect. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of them. Up ahead, there were already very few people, and a terrifying aura could be felt. This was the core of the Tao sect. It seemed to have formed a world of its own. Lin Xian felt that if he didn't have a special method, he wouldn't be able to enter. Bai Susu took out a token that glowed with boundless light. Only then did she open up the barrier ahead. After entering, Lin Xian sighed. This was indeed the place where the elders cultivated. The inside of this space was no different from an independent world. Furthermore, it was much stronger than the great path and heaven and earth energy he possessed outside. He didn't know how many worlds had merged to form this. Suddenly, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky ahead. It was a pair of blue eyes that appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian and Bai Susu were shrouded within it. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. His hair stood on end. This gaze was too terrifying. It was scarier than any great sage he had ever seen. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a low growl. 9 sun illusions appeared on Lin Xian's body to block it. Bai Susu, who was beside him, said, "Grandpa Firmament, it's me." So it's the little girl from the Bai family. Why did you bring someone from outside here? An old voice with a hint of authority rang out. Bai Susu said, "My father wants to see him." This is my father's handwriting. Bai Susu opened a scroll with great path dancing on it. It was a paragraph of a letter. The pair of blue eyes slowly disappeared after they were done looking at him. All right, let's go in. However, he could only enter your father's residence. He couldn't enter the territories of the other elders. Thank you, Grandpa Firmament. Bai Susu kept the scroll and pulled Lin Xian and Bai Susu inside quickly. Lin Xian was shocked. This old man's aura was really terrifying. Moreover, the rules here were really strict. After Lin Xian and Bai Susu left, an old man in a blue robe appeared in the sky. His eyes were emitting a deep blue glow. 9 sun illusions. Could he be the successor of the 9 suns? No wonder he could be with the little girl from the Bai family. The Tao sect was getting stronger and stronger. The old man smiled and disappeared into the blue sky. On the other side, Bai Susu said, "That was Grandpa Firmament." Her cultivation had reached the late Great Sage realm, and she was known as the Firmament Saint Lord. Great Sage, late, stage cultivation? Lin Xian was shocked. They flew all the way and flew past many immortal mountains. Finally, they landed in a mountain range. There were a few pavilions in the mountain range. Although there weren't many, they were all above the spirit eye of the supreme grade spirit vein. On a mountain peak in the distance, there was a man. He seemed to have turned into heaven and earth and was cultivating. At the foot of the mountain, there was a lake. There were a few bamboo houses. Beside the lake, there was a middle-aged woman. She was cultivating there too. She seemed to have turned into the lake water. After Lin Xian saw it, he was shocked. These two people's understanding of the Tao was too deep. It had reached an unbelievable level. Bai Susu also stopped and said softly, "She's my mother and she's my father." Lin Xian stood there and watched silently. He felt his Tao and was enlightened. After a long time, The middle-aged man walked down from the mountain peak and came to Lin Xian in an instant. The middle-aged woman opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Susu, you're back." Susu walked up and said, "He is the Lin Xian I mentioned." The middle-aged couple turned to look at Lin Xian with kindness in their eyes. However, their cultivation levels were high after all, and Lin Xian still felt an immense pressure. The 9-yang divine body automatically defended, and the illusion of 9 suns appeared. The middle-aged man, the levitation Saint Lord, nodded, as expected of the successor of the 9-yang divine body. "Young man, you are very lucky to have the 9-yang divine body. After reaching the greater mastery, your strength is far above mine. Senior, you are too polite," Lin Xian said humbly. The levitation Saint Lord smiled. "You don't have to be humble. The 9-yang divine body that reached the greater mastery in history. It swept through everything. It was even above the saint realm. However, it was too difficult to reach the greater mastery. How confident are you?" Chapter 48:26. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a golden radiance as he said, "Give me time, and I will surpass everything." "How bold!" The levitation saint laughed. "This is the most interesting answer I've heard in a few thousand years. Young man, you are very confident. However, this path will only get harder as you progress. You might not be able to break through in a few thousand years. You have to be prepared. I also heard that you have a conflict with the Dragon Prince. How do you plan to face the Dragon Palace in the future?" It was obvious that the levitation saint was also very concerned about Lin Xian's attitude. After all, Baisusu was also someone who wanted to join the divine union. Lin Xian said that even if they were not enemies, they would fight for the throne in the future. There would definitely be a battle. Even if it wasn't the Dragon Prince, and I might have a battle. Lin Xian's eyes glowed even more fiercely. It was as if he had turned into 2 suns. The middle-aged woman was shocked. Even the levitation saint was stunned. To be honest, he had not expected Lin Xian to have the confidence to compete with the Dragon Prince. That was the Emperor's son. When he grew up, he would dominate the world. Even a greater success 9-yang divine body might not be able to compete with the Emperor's son. After all, the Emperor's son had the bloodline of a Dharch and an Emperor's scripture. He might even have an extreme weapon by his side. Such an existence would be an uncrowned king in an era where there were no thearchs. Lin Xian said, as if he had sensed the doubts of the 2 people. "From what I know, the Emperor's son has a unique bloodline and an ancient scripture. His future is limitless. However, I have read the ancient records of the Tao sect. It is recorded that the Emperor's son will dominate the world when he grows up. He is even more terrifying than a divine body or a sacred body. However, he will never become an emperor. His bloodline is his advantage and also his shackle. In other words, anyone who can become an emperor is not an emperor's son. Why don't I have this opportunity? Young man, very good. I have high hopes for you." The levitation saint smiled. He seemed to be witnessing the rise of a young emperor. He said, "Susu can join the divine union. Besides, I don't have much to give you, so I'll give you a greeting gift." As he spoke, he stretched out 2 fingers and tapped on Lin Xian's forehead. Countless great daos intertwined between Lin Xian's brows. Lin Xian was stunned. A wisp of an illusion appeared in his eyes, and a voice rang out by his ear. "This is the scene of me comprehending the grand Tao in the past. How much you can comprehend will depend on your fortune." Lin Xian stood there as if he had fallen into an epiphany, as if he had turned into a statue. Baisusu was worried. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, "Don't worry. He's comprehending." The levitation saint waved his hand and left with Baisusu and the other 2. A cool breeze blew by, stirring up the surface of the lake. Only Lin Xian remained standing there. 2 months later, Baisusu came by and found that Lin Xian was still meditating there. She left. On the 3rd month, she sat by the lakeside again. At this time, Lin Xian's body shook and he let out a long cry. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and there was even thunder in the sky. Bai Susu stood up and said, "How was it? Did you comprehend anything?" Lin Xian said, "Thank you, Father. I feel like I'm about to break through. I need strength. In the Sage King realm, resources alone were not enough to break through. Even if you were given more resources, your level was limited, and you wouldn't be able to break through. For example, a wooden bucket could only hold a certain amount of water. Even if you were given an ocean, you could only hold a bucket of water. As for the bottleneck, you needed to comprehend the Grand Tao and break through to a higher level. Only then could you expand your capacity for strength." Lin Xian had obtained a great opportunity. His understanding of the Grand Tao deepened, and he felt that he could hold more strength. Now all he needed was strength. "Susu, bring me out. I want to return to the god's residence." Bai Susu brought Lin Xian quickly, and they left the core area. Then they returned to the god's residence. After entering, the thunder in the sky seemed to be faintly descending. Bai Susu frowned and felt a sense of fear. Lin Xian said, "Go back first. I'll look for you after I break through." Bai Susu nodded. She said, "Why do I feel that something is wrong? Do you need my father to protect you?" Lin Xian looked up and said, "It's just a punishment. It's not the first time I've seen it. It's fine." Bai Susu was shocked. Heaven's punishment was the legendary punishment from the heavenly Tao. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation. Why would Lin Xian face heaven's punishment? She didn't understand. The crimson dragon flew over to persuade her that this kid had a way to deal with it. All right, Bai Susu returned to ask her father. Actually, when Lin Xian was about to break through, the levitation Saint Monarch already felt it. Not only him, but the entire core area was alarmed. Why would heaven's punishment descend? In just an instant, Lin Xian disappeared. Only then did heaven's punishment slowly disappear. What's going on? They went to investigate. Many powerful elders sent their subordinates down to investigate. The levitation Saint Monarch also called Bai Susu back and asked, "How is that kid related to heaven's punishment?" "I don't know." Bai Susu shook her head. Then they went to investigate and finally got some news. After all, Lin Xian was very famous in Taiching Ancient City. Soon, they got news about Lin Xian. How did this happen? Immortal tomb body. Bai Susu was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. The levitation Saint Monarch frowned. Someone from a mortal tomb could reach this step? And he could even break through now. This is too unbelievable. Susu, his future doesn't look good. The levitation Saint Monarch frowned. "I don't care. Father, you have to help him." The levitation Saint Monarch sighed. "With his talent and the 9 sons descendant, I can recommend him to the old ancestors during the Tao Sec ceremony. Some of the old ancestors will be interested and might even take him in as a disciple. But now the chances are slim. No one will nurture someone who has no hope in the future. Impossible, there must be a mistake. How can Lin Xian be someone from a mortal tomb? You know that he is very strong." Bai Susu didn't believe it. The levitation Saint Monarch said, "Forget it. I will still recommend him to the old ancestors. But I don't know the details." The other elders also got news about Lin Xian. Some sighed. What a pity. Most people didn't pay attention to it anymore. Lin Xian was strong and could compete with the Dragon Prince. But how far could someone without a future go? The Tao sect was also in an uproar. They felt their hair stand on end. At this moment, everyone looked up. The red lightning seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even the people from Dragon Palace were shocked. What was going on? Go investigate. Countless people went to investigate. The people from the God Manor were also on guard, because the lightning above them was the most terrifying. This was the legendary heaven's punishment. Nalan Nyang was shocked. Why did it come to their God Manor? Damn it, if the heavens want to strike, they should strike the people from Dragon Palace. Those who just joined were even more terrified. They thought that destruction was coming. Chapter 48:27. The Crimson Dragon was also surprised. Damn, is there anything wrong with this kid? After all, the current sky punishment was too terrifying. Lin Xian's face was cold. He said to the Crimson Dragon, Fu Hongye, and the others that he would start the seal now. No one was allowed to enter the entire divine abode. I'm going to go into seclusion to break through. You don't have to worry. After he finished speaking, he walked towards a large hall and activated the array formation after entering. Then he entered the sword world. When he entered this world, he felt that the sky punishment's aura that threatened him had disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This sword world was too mysterious. It could even block the sky punishment of the heavenly Tao. I wonder who created this world. He didn't care so much anymore. After entering, he took out the spiritual herbs that he had obtained before and the pills that he had rewarded. He swallowed all of them. Energy, quantification spread out in his body and surged. Lin Xian roared towards the sky. Not enough. Not enough. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit and 9 yang divine body required too much energy. Lin Xian flew towards the 4 spirit valley. When he arrived, the spirit vein was also surprised. This kid's aura was growing at an extremely fast speed. Could it be that he was about to break through? Lin Xian arrived at the valley and looked at the Medicine King. At this moment, the Medicine King had recovered quite a bit under the illumination of the 4 spirit veins and the dragon flame star in the sky. Half of the Medicine King should be enough for him to break through. After all, he had eaten a lot of heaven and earth treasures before. Seeing this scene, the spirit dragon roared. Kid, leave it behind. Maybe it can grow again. They had been guarding this Medicine King for so many years. They couldn't bear to destroy it just like that. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the spiritual herbs on the ground, leaving only a root in the soil. Maybe it would grow out in the future. After swallowing half of the Medicine King, he felt as if 1,000,000 volcanoes were erupting in his body. His body was about to split open. He roared towards the sky. Boom, boom. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning descended. Was there a lightning tribulation here too? The 4 spirit beasts were shocked. Lin Xian's eyes also shone brightly as he charged at Ray. As long as it wasn't heavenly punishment, he wasn't afraid. No matter how strong the lightning tribulation was, he had the confidence to contend against it. The lightning in the sky descended, and it was even more terrifying than the lightning outside. Lin Xian fought fiercely. His body was shattered, but his eyes were even brighter. After this battle, he would become a late-stage Saint King, and his power would be much stronger than before. Outside, those people were waiting anxiously, especially Fu Hongye and the others. I wonder how he is doing? However, what made them heave a sigh of relief was that the sky punishment in the sky had gradually disappeared. In the Tao sect, the other people were rapidly gathering information. They already knew that the heavenly punishment was coming from the divine dwellings. It must have something to do with Lin Xian and the others, so they specifically collected information about them. Not long after, Dragon Palace received the news. When they saw the news, they laughed complacently. So that brat was from the immortal burial ground. He had no future. He was a dead man. Is a person who is not tolerated by heaven and earth qualified to compete with our Dragon Palace? He is courting death. The other people in the Tao sect were also in an uproar. Some people sighed. This Lin Xian was so heaven-defying. I thought he would be the second Dragon Prince. I didn't expect that he couldn't be compared to the Dragon Prince. That's right. Dragon Palace was founded by the Dragon Prince, and the Dragon Prince was only the second. If he couldn't even be compared to the Dragon Prince, how could he compete with Dragon Palace? He is strong now, but his strength will only reach this level in his lifetime. And we all have a limitless future. These people discussed animatedly. Dragon Palace sneered. A mere divine dwellings was nothing to be afraid of. After Lan Jiu received the news, his eyes shone with a sharp light. Great. If Lin Xian continued to grow, she wouldn't have much of a chance. But the other party was from the immortal burial ground, and his strength wouldn't grow any stronger. This way, she would have a chance to strike. In an instant, the divine dwellings were looked down upon again. Originally, Fu Hongye had contacted many geniuses to join the Crimson Dragon sect, but these people had all rejected them. Even Lin Xian didn't have a future. The divine dwellings couldn't grow at all. What should I do? Half a month had passed. Fu Hongye frowned. I wonder how little Uncle Master is doing? Lu Yuan also said that the geniuses from before didn't plan to join. The Crimson Dragon gritted his teeth. Let's not care about that for now. Let's wait for this kid to come out of seclusion. After waiting for another half a month, the sealed hall finally opened. Lin Xian walked out with a smile on his face. After a month of thunderous battle, he finally resisted the lightning tribulation and successfully broke through. At this moment, he had reached the late-stage Grand Sage realm. Kid, you broke through. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. Lu Yuan, Fu Hongye, and the others' eyes also lit up. Great. Not only was Lin Xian not in danger, but he had also broken through. This allowed a huge rock in their hearts to finally be lifted. Great, who said that we were from the immortal burial ground. We could have broken through, okay? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. The Toad also roared. Yes, let's go out and let those people see. How dare they say that our divine dwellings have no future? They must be blind. Lin Xian also learned about the situation a month ago. It turned out that during this period of time when he broke through in seclusion, a lot of news about him had already spread outside. Even some of the geniuses who had originally agreed to join the divine dwellings had rejected them. Lin Xian knew that he had to go out and show his strength. Let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian and the others walked out. The Dao sect was becoming more and more lively. After all, the Dao sect's grand ceremony was about to begin. It was a grand event. The people of the Dao sect were all busy, but when they saw Lin Xian and the others, they were all stunned. It was this kid. Wasn't he from the immortal burial ground? He actually dared to come out? A person with no future was not worth paying attention to. Many people shook their heads, but soon they were stunned. They discovered that an extremely terrifying aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. This was the cultivation of a late-stage Grand Sage realm. That's not right. I remember that this kid was a mid-stage Grand Sage realm before. How did he become a late-stage Grand Sage realm? Could it be that he broke through? For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. When the news spread, everyone rushed over to take a look. Heavens, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He really broke through. How was this possible? Wasn't he from the immortal burial ground? He couldn't break through at all. He had no future. What was going on with him? Could it be that he broke the curse? What kind of joke was this? How terrified were the two people from the immortal burial ground in history? They were called young great emperors, but didn't they fall in the end? But what was going on with this kid's cultivation? Could it be that he wasn't from the immortal burial ground? Was the news fake? For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. Chapter 48:28. The people from Dragon Palace were also stunned when they heard the news. Did you say that the kid broke through? How was that possible? They sneered. Who spread the fake news? However, their subordinates shook their heads. No, the kid came out personally. He was in the square of the True Path sect, and there were already countless people watching. Damn it. Let's go and take a look. The people from Dragon Palace walked over. Lan Ziyu also shook her head crazily when she heard the news. Impossible, it must be fake. She gritted her teeth. She also wanted to see what the other party was doing. A group of people walked over. Get out of the way. A cold voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone was unhappy. Who was so arrogant? However, When they saw the people from Dragon Palace, they all obediently made way. The people from Dragon Palace walked over and said, "That person from the immortal graveyard was a piece of trash. How dare he be so arrogant? Cripple your ass." The toad ran over. "Grandson, kneel down and kowtow to your grandfather." "Damn, Toad, do you want to die?" "Damn, grandson, do you want to die?" The toad's mouth could anger people to death. The people from Dragon Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They ignored the toad and stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. They originally wanted to see a joke, but they found that Lin Xian seemed to have really broken through. How was that possible? Lan Ziyu also exclaimed, "No, an illusion. You must have used an illusion. This is a smokescreen. You are a person without a future. It is impossible for you to break through." She looked like a lunatic. Lin Xian glanced at her and said indifferently, "You don't have the strength, but you want others to decline? You are really like an ant. My cultivation is a smokescreen. I'm afraid your cultivation is too low to see through it." There were experts present. They could tell whether it was an illusion or not. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. His aura spread clearly in all directions. It must be an illusion. The people from Dragon Palace roared. There were indeed experts in the crowd. They were shocked because they found that it didn't seem to be an illusion. However, no one dared to explain it this time. Whoever helped Lin Xian was going against Dragon Palace. Lin Xian's face darkened as he stared at the people from Dragon Palace. Was this an illusion? "Why don't you personally test my strength?" He looked at the people in front of him and said, "You guys are too weak. Come at me together. If you can block a slap from me, I will admit that it is an illusion." Everyone gasped. At this moment, there were more than a dozen people from Dragon Palace. All of them were top experts. Now that they were being looked down upon, they wanted to fight together? This Lin Xian was probably too arrogant. "You dare to look down on me?" The people of Dragon Palace roared. Lan Jiu also roared angrily. "Despicable, don't be so arrogant." Lin Xian laughed. "Me? Arrogant? Who was the one who kept saying that I had no future, suppressing the divine union? How dare you say I'm arrogant now? So what? If you don't like it, then come at me." Lin Xian stood there as if he wanted to challenge all the experts of Dragon Palace. However, Lan Jiu pulled a long face. Even if his opponent hadn't broken through, so what? When his opponent had been a middle saint, he had already been able to kill his brother. He had even destroyed the incarnation of the Dragon Prince. These people were no match for them at all. Sure enough, the rest of the people from Dragon Palace didn't dare to step forward. They gritted their teeth and said, "Brat, you are arrogant." Now, the experts of Dragon Palace are preparing for the grand ceremony of True Path Sect. They don't have time to deal with you. Otherwise, do you think you can contend with any expert from the Profound Role? That's right. You were just lucky last time. Coupled with the carelessness of the Dragon Prince's incarnation, you succeeded. Otherwise, the Dragon Prince would have killed you with a finger if he had come personally. The people from Dragon Palace roared. Lin Xian said indifferently, "What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight. Let's fight to the end. A life and death battle is fine." Having said that, he drew a life and death contract. Dragon Palace. Who dares to sign a life and death battle with me? The people from Dragon Palace were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. They wanted to roar, but Lin Xian drew the life and death contract to the highest heavens. His voice reverberated throughout True Path Sect. "I will wait for you here for 3 days. Within 3 days, I will fight any expert from Dragon Palace to the death." When the news came out, the crowd was in an uproar. 3 days was enough to invite any expert. It was even possible to invite the real body of the Dragon Prince. "Kid, just you wait." The people from Dragon Palace went back and prepared to invite the experts who were in seclusion. However, those people didn't come at all. They only had one goal, which was the grand ceremony of True Path Sect. Therefore, they didn't have time to bother with Lin Xian. Just like that, 2 days passed and no one dared to come. The Crimson Dragon sneered. So this is Dragon Palace? What a coward. The Toad snorted. Let's see who's the ant. They started to recruit talents. Sure enough, some people went up. They had no choice. Some of them wanted to join before, but they gave up because Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard. Now that Lin Xian broke through and broke the curse, they saw hope. In addition, Lin Xian's strong life and death battle suppressed the entire Dragon Palace. In other words, no one in Dragon Palace dared to go against Lin Xian. If they followed such a person, their future would be limitless. In a short time, many people went up. The Crimson Dragon and Fu Hongye went through the assessment hurriedly. Those who met the requirements would join their main hall and become ordinary members. Then they would become core disciples based on their contributions and missions to the spiritual abode. Many geniuses joined the spiritual abode. On the other side, the people from Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, they wanted to suppress the other party. Who would have thought that they would benefit the other party? Damn it, they couldn't let them be arrogant. A group of people went back to kill. Humph! Whoever joined the Divine Union would be an enemy of Dragon Palace. They were emitting a cold aura. Many people felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian stood up. Who dares to fight me to the death? Those people retreated in fear. Get lost if you don't dare. After saying that, Lin Xian drew a sword mark in front of him. Anyone who crossed the line would die. Lin Xian alone intimidated the heroes of Dragon Palace. Countless people were shocked. This was a true powerhouse. One word from him could suppress everyone. In a short time, more people wanted to join the Divine Union. The people from Dragon Palace were furious. They couldn't beat the other party here, so they might as well go back. After the ceremony ended, any expert from Dragon Palace would be able to destroy the other party. At that time, would the people from the Divine Union still dare to be arrogant? 3 days had passed, and Lin Xian withdrew the life and death contract. He said, faintly, Dragon Palace was really disappointing. Such a person dared to suppress the Divine Union? What a joke! He looked around and said, Join the Divine Union, and I'll bring you to the top of the world. Countless people yearned for it. Seeing that many people wanted to join, Lin Xian smiled. He left the details to Fu Hongye, the Crimson Dragon. He didn't need to care. Bai Susu was also there. When she saw that Lin Xian was fine, she was so excited that she almost cried. That's great. I was really worried about you. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry. So what if they are from the immortal treasury? I can also stand at the top if I walk the divine path. Chapter 48:29. Bai Susu said, I've also joined the Divine Union. Why don't you give me the title of Hall Master? Lin Xian smiled. You're too late. We've already divided them. You rascal. Bai Susu was fuming. Lin Xian said, However, how could I treat you unfairly? I'll let you be the Grand Elder of the Divine Union. That was more like it. Bai Susu snorted. Those two guys aren't famous. Let me help you recruit them. Indeed, the Crimson Dragon and Fu Hongye had been busy for a long time, yet they had only recruited a few dozen people. The moment Bai Susu left, hundreds of people surrounded them. They had no choice. Bai Susu was very famous, and some experts knew that her parents were elders of the Tao sect. They lived in the core area. The Divine Union could only grow if it had the support of elders. After all, even the Dragon Palace had the support of many elders and patriarchs. The founder of the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Prince, who was an emperor. Those patriarchs attached great importance to it. Actually, it wasn't just the Dragon Palace. Anyone who wanted to establish a faction in the Tao sect had the support of an elder. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sustain themselves. The situation here had finally settled down. Lin Xian was more relaxed. He continued to consolidate his cultivation base in the remaining days before entering the Sword World. He went to the Four Spirit Valley. He had already swallowed the Medicine King, and only the roots were left. He picked out a few precious spirit herbs and planted them again. Lin Xian didn't even plant 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. He had planted 20,000-year-old ones. There were a total of 3 of them. These hadn't been easy to come by. Previously, he had collected all sorts of spirit herbs for Xiajiu. These had all been collected during that time. However, he didn't know if these would be able to save Xiajiu and extend her lifespan. Lin Xian hadn't been confident before. However, after the nurturing of the Sword World, that might not necessarily be the case. Lin Xian had discovered when he had swallowed the Medicine King. Although he hadn't planted it for long, the effects were indeed much better than before. In other words, the mystery of the Sword World was far beyond his imagination. When he had time, he would make a trip to the spirit region to see if there were any precious spirit herbs there. If he could obtain it, he would immediately return to the true spirit world. He gave these spiritual herbs to Xiajiu to prolong his life. With the addition of Bai Susu, the Celestial Palace grew stronger and stronger. The people of Dragon Palace gnashed their teeth. Damn it! Did the elder's daughter join as well? Lan Jiu's eyes were red. Why was the other party so lucky? She gritted her teeth. It seemed that she had to take action herself. He would try his best to get rid of the other party before the ceremony. Otherwise, if the other elders or old men took a fancy to him during the ceremony, he would not have another chance in the future. Thinking of this, she took her heart of the realm and went to find an expert from the Dragon Palace, Long Jingfeng, an expert of the Wind Dragon clan. He was an expert on the Profound Board. Both their strength and status were extremely high. At this moment, he was also in seclusion for the Dao Sect's grand ceremony. On this day, Lan Jiu came to his residence and asked for an audience. A battle servant walked over and said, "My young master is cultivating with all his might and won't see any guests. Please return." Lan Jiu clenched her teeth. She knew that with her current status, she simply didn't have the qualifications to see him. She said, "I know that young Master Jingfeng is at a critical moment in his cultivation. I'm willing to give him half a world's worth of resources just to see him." The battle servant was stunned. Then he said, "Wait here, I'll go and report." Half a world's worth of resources? How much was that? He couldn't imagine it at all. Therefore, he couldn't make the decision on this matter. Soon he returned. "My young master invites you." Lan Jiu was invited in. In the main hall in front, a man in a green robe stood up. Dragon scales flashed on his body, and the law of wind revolved around him. "So it's Jiu. Why are you looking for me?" Long Jingfeng smiled. Lan Jiu said, "I want you to introduce me to the Dragon Crown Prince. If you can do it, I'll give you an entire world, let alone half a world." Long Jingfeng was stunned. Then he said, "It should be because of your brother. You want to take revenge, but you don't have the strength, so you're prepared to rely on the Dragon Crown Prince's power." "That's right." Lan Jiu nodded. She didn't intend to hide this. Long Jingfeng smiled. Someone like the Dragon Crown Prince was too arrogant. He had countless women by his side. You might not be able to get him to help you take revenge. Why don't you stay by my side? I'll help you take revenge. Long Jingfeng was also from the dragon race, the Wind Dragon race. He was also very strong. Lan Jiu thought about it and gritted her teeth. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, young Master Jingfeng, but I still want to see the Dragon Crown Prince. Even if I become dust by his side, I'll accept it. This is my world core. I'll give it to you, young Master Jingfeng. I hope you can help me. After it's done, I won't forget your benefits." Even a supreme saint would be jealous of an entire world's worth of resources, let alone him. Long Jingfeng took it and said, "Okay, I'll introduce you. I can even help you stay by the Dragon Crown Prince's side and get what you want. But you have to help me. What do you want?" Lan Jiu asked. Long Jingfeng said resources. More cultivation resources. I'll introduce you to the Dragon Crown Prince, and you give me a world. If I help you become the Dragon Crown Prince's Tao companion, you give me 3 worlds. How about that? 3 worlds. Lan Jiu's pupils shrank. She couldn't take it out, but if she really became the Dragon Crown Prince's Tao companion, it would be different. Her status and the resources she needed would all undergo earth-shattering changes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, as long as I can become the Dragon Crown Prince's Tao companion, I'm willing to give you 3 worlds." "Very good." Long Jingfeng smiled. He said, "Go back and dress up. I'll take care of the rest." Lan Jiu left. She had hope in her heart. As long as she could get the Dragon Crown Prince's support, killing Lin Xian would be easy. Lin Xian didn't know any of this. He was currently refining pills with Dan Feng. Lin Xian was also an expert in the pill Tao, and he had already promised the first batch of 9 people. He wanted these 9 people to fight for the top 30 on the stars ranking. He was a man of his word. These 3 people's strength was average. It was impossible for them to enter the top 30 on their own. However, he wanted to go against the heavens. If even these impossible people could do it, what would the others think? They would probably go crazy and want to join the Divine Union. That was the effect he wanted. Lin Xian was already very good at refining pills. Coupled with Dan Feng and Fan Xing, the 2 of them were top experts. Therefore, cauldron after cauldron of pills were refined. After the 9 people received them, they were so excited that they cried. They said, "Young master, we swear to follow you to death." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Hurry up and consume them. As for martial arts, let the Crimson Dragon, Fu Hongye, and the others teach you. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. I'll definitely make you the first batch of experts." Chapter 48:30. Under the guidance of a large amount of elixir pills and martial arts, the strength of the 9 of them improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, under the leadership of Crimson Dragon, they started to challenge the experts on the star ranking. These 9 people had not been able to make it onto the star ranking previously. However, they had done it this time. They first challenged the 85th person on the star ranking and succeeded. Subsequently, the 70th and 60th star ranking got closer and closer. In an instant, there was an uproar. F***CK. Someone had risen. Their ranking had risen so quickly. Furthermore, it was not just 1 person, but 9 people. Were these 9 people crazy? Could they have had a fortuitous encounter? They had asked around and finally found out that these 9 people were actually from the Divine Union. Furthermore, they had joined not long ago. The Divine Union had only been established for a few years, and these people had only joined for 1 or 2 years. Were they already so terrifying? The Crimson Dragon said, "That's right. Do you see that? If you join the Divine Union, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. What are you hesitating for?" In an instant, there was an uproar. The people from the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Stop them. They had also mobilized the experts on the star ranking. However, in the end, these 9 people successfully made it to the top 30 of the star ranking. In an instant, the Path sect was in an uproar. The top 30 of the star ranking had changed completely. Apart from the people from the Dragon Palace, the Divine Union had the most people. It took up almost a third. Many people were envious. They had no hope of making it onto the star ranking. Even if they did, they would be suppressed by the Dragon Palace. If they did not join the Dragon Palace, they would be severely suppressed. However, they now saw hope in the Divine Union. Go quickly. This time, the result of challenging the star ranking was very good. Hundreds of people rushed to the Divine Union in an instant, wanting to join. The Crimson Dragon was so happy that his mouth was crooked. This was great. This would be a very effective group of experts. With more people, they could carry out various actions. For example, they could form teams to accept missions from the Path sect and conquer other worlds. All of these required manpower. Some worlds were barren and only had demonic beasts. However, they had large amounts of spirit veins, mineral veins, and various precious metals. In order to seize these resources in such worlds, one had to go through countless battles. One had to fight with demonic beasts and experts from other worlds. All of these required people. With the addition of these geniuses, not only did the Divine Union have a large number of experts, but these geniuses also had families and sects behind them. That was also a limitless amount of resources. Therefore, the Divine Union was extremely lively right now. Nalan Yan and Yu Rin were both excited. They had joined earlier than the other 9 people, so they had obtained more pills and resources. At this moment, the 2 of them had already charged into the top 10 of the Star's rankings. He had also become one of the top experts on the Star's list. Neither of them dared to believe it. One had to know that Nalan Yan had not joined the Tao sect twice. Although Yurin had joined, he was only an ordinary disciple. But now they were standing in a dazzling place, receiving the worship of countless people. All this was given to them by Lin Xian. As for the Crimson Dragon, Toad, Fu Hongyan, and Lu Yuan, they had already begun to compete on the Jade board. The Divine Union was getting stronger and stronger. The people of Dragon Palace gritted their teeth and began to secretly prepare and gather strength. They wouldn't allow the Divine Union to continue growing. However, some people sneered. It was useless. Everything the other party did was futile. When the Tao sect's grand ceremony came, everyone would know how powerful Dragon Palace was. That would be the place where they would display their strength. Lin Xian and Nalan Yang's side was going very smoothly. However, the Nalan family was in a crisis. Nalan Yenran's brows were tightly furrowed. This time, she was facing a choice between life and death. It had already been more than 2 years since she had returned from the Medicine Star. However, she had provoked a formidable enemy. After returning from the Medicine Star, she had gained a lot. However, she had not obtained the Medicine King. She could only feel depressed. However, on the way back, she had discovered a unique beast under the starry sky. This had made her feel very excited. This unique beast was very young. If she could capture it, it would be a heaven-defying treasure. It would be even more precious than the Medicine King. One had to know that besides her strength and talent, she was so terrifying because she had previously encountered a fortuitous encounter and obtained the Ice Phoenix's nirvana. This time, she had encountered another good thing. It was a demonic dragon. It was a unique species of the dragon tribe. It was very precious. Its entire body was a treasure. Nalan Yenran felt that her good luck had come again. Therefore, she chased after it with all her might. Although the demonic dragon was small, it had all kinds of great magical powers of the dragon clan. In the end, it escaped. Nalan Yenran felt that it was a pity. Such a great opportunity had been lost for no reason. How could she not feel heartache? However, there was nothing she could do. She thought that this matter was going to be settled. However, a year ago, the demonic dragon returned and brought an expert with it. The other party came for revenge and found Nalan Yenran. In that battle, Nalan Yenran was very frightened. She and the experts of the Tianzong sect went to carry out a mission and were killed. Except for her, who was seriously injured and had to flee, the others had all died. Moreover, the ones who chased after her were the demonic dragon and a demonic man. Nalan Yenran's face became incomparably ugly. She knew that the other party had returned for revenge. She could only hide. In the following year, she lived very nervously. She was afraid that the other party would come to her door at any time. Half a year ago, she finally quietly returned to the family and breathed a sigh of relief. With the strength of the Nalan family, so what if the other party came for revenge? However, the matter was not over. It was much more serious than she had imagined. She found that after returning to the family for a month, the people around her died every day. Those people had the aura of the demonic path and were abnormally ferocious. Naylan Yenran would never forget this aura because it was the same as the aura of the injuries on her body. In other words, the other party had found her and could come and go freely in her family. This caused her to become extremely terrified. She went to her father and grandfather for help. There were even several great sages protecting her. However, it was useless. Naylan Yenran did not die. The great sages did not die. However, the Naylan family had people dying every day. For a time, the Naylan family was in a state of panic. The elders of the Naylan family also frowned. Previously, they valued Naylan Yenran, but now the other party had caused such a great loss to the family. If they did not solve it well, their family would suffer heavy losses. For a time, the status of the Naylan family rapidly declined. The people of their bloodline went crazy. They used all kinds of methods to contact the other party and decided to compensate. However, it was useless. The other party replied that he only wanted Naylan Yenran's life. Damn it! The people of Naylan Yenran's bloodline went crazy with anger. The other party was obviously a great sage expert who was good at all kinds of concealment and assassination. He came and went without a trace. They could only passively defend. Chapter 48:31. Damn it. Naylan Yenran gritted her teeth. Would she have to stay in the family for the rest of her life? Was this a joke? Naylan Yenran's grandfather's eyes flickered. It seemed that they had to find a way to get rid of this danger. Grandpa, what should we do? The old man said. Invite the experts here. We'll gather a group of experts and wait for him to come. Then we'll fight him to the death. This is the only way to get rid of the danger. Otherwise, you'll live in the shadows for the rest of your life. Naylan Yenran gritted her teeth and said, All right, this time no matter the cost. Yenran's father said, I'm afraid we can only provide resources. After all, the family is not optimistic about us. If we can get through this crisis, Yenran, you'll still be the number one in the family. Otherwise, the number one in the younger generation will change hands. The old man said, This is easy. Invite the experts on the Holy Gulf list. We can use some of our resources. Naylan Yenran's side acted quickly. She went to invite the experts, including the experts from the Heavenly Sect and the experts on the Holy Gulf list. Naylan Yenran promised a lot of resources, which made even the great saints jealous. However, when those people learned about the strange things that happened to the Naylan family, they all refused. There were experts who died mysteriously in the Naylan family every day. This kind of thing could not be hidden at all. It had already spread. In an instant, countless people were talking about it. Most of them knew that Naylan Yenran had offended a mysterious expert. That was why she was being hunted. The experts from the Heavenly Sect immediately shook their heads and refused. Although there were top geniuses among them who thought that they were extraordinary, they did not want to provoke such a terrifying expert for no reason. Even some of the people who were ranked lower on the Holy Gulf list refused. Naylan Yenran continued to increase the chips, and as expected, someone came. Even Naylan Yenran's grandfather personally went out and invited an incredible expert. That's great. Naylan Yenran's father was happy. Yenran were saved. The 6 Paths Itinerant has agreed. The 6 Paths Itinerant, Naylan Yenran exclaimed. She naturally knew that the 6 Paths Itinerant was an expert from the 6 Paths sect. At the same time, he was ranked 2001 on the Holy Gulf list. Nothing would go wrong if he helped. Great. Naylan Yenran clenched her fists. She saw hope. She said, Why don't we invite more people? It's always safer with more people. All right, I'll leave it to you. Next, Naylan Yenran spent a lot of money to invite a group of experts. With such resources, there were finally people who were envious and went for it. At the other side, in the Tao sect, Naylan Yang was shocked when he received the news. How could he not pay attention to the matters of the Naylan family? Thus, he soon found out, especially when he learned that Naylan Yenran had taken out the bright moon returning clouds painting. His eyes were red. This was a treasure that he had always wanted to obtain. However, no matter how he begged Nalan Yenran, she wouldn't give it to him. After all, his status wasn't as high as hers. Now that the other party had actually taken it out, he immediately went to find Lin Xian. He smiled and said, "Boss Lin, I have something good that you have to help me with." "What's going on?" Lin Xian was surprised. Nalan Liang said, "It's about our Nalan family." He told her everything that had happened before. Lin Xian also frowned. Nalan Liang said, "Boss Lin didn't need to worry. That mysterious expert had already been challenged by the Six Paths cultivator. He is ranked 2001 on the Holy Gulf list. He is very powerful, so we shouldn't be in any danger. Let's go and support him. When the time comes, I will beg that sister. Perhaps she will give me the bright moon returning clouds painting. Boss, this is a good thing. It contains great Tao. When the time comes, we can comprehend it together. There is no need to comprehend it together. We are brothers. Since you need it, I will naturally agree." The Nalan family was also a big family. Lin Xian also wanted to make friends with them. Furthermore, he had met Nalan Yenran before. If he could form a good relationship with Luo Yunyang, the Nalan family would stand on his side and the divine union would gain another powerful ally. How could Lin Xian miss out on such an opportunity? "All right, go and tell the family that we will be there when the time comes." "That's great, Boss Lin." Nalan Liang was very happy. He quickly sent the news to the family. At the same time, Nalan Yenran also started to make preparations. She wasn't with the family. Instead, she went to the White Crane Tower and booked the 5th floor. At the same time, she set a time and prepared to take charge of the 5th floor. Then, she would invite the other experts to come and issue a challenge. The Nalan family spread the news that they wanted to challenge the mysterious expert. The other party would definitely come. 5 days later, Nalan Yenran sat on the 5th floor of the White Crane Tower. Beside her were some disciples of the Nalan family. There were also many people. There were people from the Sky sect, as well as other families and sections. They had all come to support her. She didn't care about these people. These people were just there to support her. The most important one was the unaffiliated Six Paths. That powerhouse was the person she valued the most. Outside the White Crane Tower, Lin Xian and Nalan Liang stopped. Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. He hadn't expected to come to the White Crane Tower again. It couldn't be helped. The White Crane Tower was too famous. Even if there was a big battle, it wouldn't be damaged. After all, it was an ancient tower formed by the body of a great sage. "Boss Lin, let's go." Nalan Liang was very happy as he led the way. When they reached the 5th floor, they saw many experts. Those people also turned their heads to look at them. Nalan Yenran glanced at Nalan Liang and was about to ignore him when she saw him. However, when she saw the person beside him, she was stunned. She said in surprise, "It's you." "Yes, it's me. Fairy Nalan, long time no see. But you've lost a lot of weight." Nalan Liang was surprised. It seemed that they knew each other. He didn't know. His sister was the most powerful person in the family. When did Lin Xian know her? The people around also exclaimed. Who was this person who dared to talk to Fairy Nalan in such a tone? Could it be that he was also a top expert of the younger generation? Nalan Liang walked over with a smile and said, "Sister, so you know each other. I won't introduce you. This is my boss." The experts around were even more surprised. The person in front of them was also a genius of the Nalan family. Although his status wasn't as high as Nalan Yenran's, he couldn't be underestimated. He actually recognized someone else as his boss. Who was this young man? In an instant, countless people came and went. When they sensed that Lin Xian was only a late-stage holy king, they frowned slightly. Such a cultivation level didn't seem to be enough. However, Nalan Yenran was surprised. "You've broken through." She was really too shocked. When she fought with Lin Xian before, Lin Xian was only a middle-stage holy king. Now that he had broken through, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds. Perhaps he had already surpassed her,